Alright. Hello, everybody. Welcome back to Astatos. Finally, after however many months the last part was, I do these just like out of the blue all the time. But also I need to have it so you can actually see my cursor. I forget because card game, you have to. There we go. Because card game, you need to see where I'm pointing. Did we complete everything? Continue story. So I think chapter 2 has been almost completed? I don't think it's complete. Almost? We're almost at 1.0, which is insane. I've been playing since I don't even know when. 3 years ago, apparently. Oi! Oi! I think Vitus and the other dude, who I'm going to be remembered whose name that is, I think they're just my voice. Everybody else has a voice. Where have you two been? Why didn't you both come back to us earlier? It's like, we've been here the whole time, but it's been difficult to reach you. Again, I don't remember what the voices are. Who are they talking to again? You're like Scottish slash. Oh, they're always like. They're always like this when they're talking to the divine. Gets real confusing. You're best to let them do their thing. I think that's. It's got a little bit of gravel, not much.
Yeah, it's loud as hell in this city! And I keep remembering stuff.
What sort of stuff?
Mostly useless crap. But a lot of it.
I've been remembering things too. Things that don't make much sense to me. Go on. The truth, for certain. But there's also a lot of emotion behind it.
You're always emotional. It's your thing. Too bad you don't know how to be direct like me.
Let me just move my cursor off, since I don't actually need the cursor on screen. And what kind of emotions are they? Sadness and guilt. Guilt? Well, it's troublesome to explain. Why guilt? I remember losing something. Or perhaps losing my way. Let me move my mic a little bit. Hold on. This might be a lot of noises. Can I tilt my mic any further up towards me? No? Okay. Fine. Or perhaps losing my way. I feel as if I discovered a large sense of myself shrouded behind fog. Ever so often the fog parts. Then it thickens again. It started around when we arrived in Pruna. I'm connected to this place. And so is he, much as I loathe to admit it.
At least I'm not preaching about it. I'm remembering lots of stuff too. And as far as I can tell, I'm the only one here with a bloody headache. How's that fair?
Then how are you feeling, Mukaki?
I'm pissed off!
Sorry, I fucking hiccuped on that line.
I'm...
Fuck! Hold on. Okay, I can't do that. I can't. Hold on. Where's my drink? Hello, I'm here to enjoy stream. Hello, Under. How's it going? Hold on. Hello, I'm here to not enjoy stream. Alright, Zahar, well, you have a good day then. Ow! Ow, my elbow! There's a shelf right next to me. There's a shelf right next to me. Ow! This is what I get for streaming in the closet.
I'm...
Fuck! Just stop hiccuping. Stop hiccuping. Stop hiccuping me? What's the trick that Penguin Zio, Moist Critical said? I'm not a fish. Stop thinking you're a fish.
I'm pissed off!
I hate that worked. I hate that worked.
I can remember things that make my blood boil. Though there's also many things that don't add up. There's also these bursts of energy. Real powerful. Real ready to tear apart some weaklings. But the stronger I become, the more powerless I start to feel. Which is stupid. It makes no sense.
Men nude, though? This is a joke. I'll post the TikTok in Discord. Alright. You post... nude men TikTok in my Discord. Or yours. Or both. Also, thank you for the 5 stream streak, Zara. I forget if I even read the line.
Which is stupid. It makes no sense. Strength is something that makes me powerful.
Huh. I see. These kinds of conflicted feelings are painful to untangle. If it helps at all, I think it's normal to feel powerless sometimes. We all feel that.
It doesn't help. Because to me, you're the ones who are supposed to feel powerless. Not me!
Yet despite how we feel, we're stronger than we were before. I hold no doubts about that. Well then. Since you left, we've gone from trying to stop the war to being tried for murder next week. Well, you've certainly done nothing wrong. My followers...
My followers!
My followers have nothing to fear, for they wield my power and follow my path. As you have a week, it would be prudent to seek out the help of my clergy within the capital. Perhaps they may be able to sway the opinion of the law in your favor. And Mukaki's okay with that?
Sure, why not? You saw the state of the last temple we visited. Those acolytes were hardly his devoted followers. It's only natural to lose your way when trying to follow the path of some stubborn prick. And considering how you're looking to help yourselves, using the clergy sounds pretty great to me.
I don't care who they serve so long as they can help us. Cool. Sounds like a plan. The crown mages and their companions set out for the temple district, watching their backs ever so often. The golden glow of Makari Hari's temple beckons them as they enter, the light sparkling in the pools reflected upon the sandstone walls. Within, they expected to find grand art and architecture Within, they expected to find grand art and architecture beyond the scope of their imaginations. But they also find something else entirely. Crown mages! I forget your voice entirely. Oh no. What is he doing here? Why isn't he in Ironipolis? Salutations, friends! We meet again, and so soon! Your trials, tribulations, and your utmost dedication to Makarihari have inspired me to follow in your footsteps. Holy Archive 12:1. Those who do not have shoes might find their own in the footsteps of others. What? That wasn't the original context of the passage. We were asking a cobbler's guild to make shoes for those who had none. Aha! Perhaps both interpretations are valid, as long as Lord Makarihari wills it. We don't have time for this. I need you to listen quickly. We are being charged with murder, and the council will decide if we're innocent or not. Can the clergy here vote in favor of our innocence? Well... well, what? Holy Archive 16:2, seek not power when there is grace. Meaning? That's, the clergy has no power here to sway the nobles. That's it. Zuckles begins to pry the Holy Archive from the High Priest's grasp. Have I done this before? I might have? I don't know. No, the Holy Word! There's nothing holy about reciting passages at people devoid of their meaning or context. The passages comfort me! He shrieks loudly, either out of sheer embarrassment or genuine dismay at the loss of this precious tome. Then he clutches the tome even closer to his chest, as if his life depended on it. That was wrong of me. But is it more wrong for me to be okay with you misleading people? Sorry. High Priest trembles. I will admit that I don't think I always understand the Holy Archive, but I do genuinely believe that good intentions will guide people in the right direction, even if they're wrong. No. Well, maybe he has a point. Look, I'm so glad Makari can't talk to him. Otherwise, I would hear other people just be like, shut up, Makari. Shut up right now. You're not helping. I know you're God. You're not helping. Why don't you just help people? Anything within your power, it's as basic as that. I'm trying, I promise. Then if the clergy truly cannot help the crown mages, do you perhaps know if there's somebody who can? Well, possibly. There's an oracle that the nobles have been listening to as of late. I wonder, real quick, can I... Hold on, have I seen all of this? Is there a... Is it... I don't know what W's doing. Okay, not auto. Have I done this? I might have already done this. Are we about to find the lizard man? Guy? Dude? Yeah, okay, I've done this one. Hold on. Bookmark quit. I've done this one. Go to the next one. That one! What do you mean the scenario has... Oh. Not that. Hold on. Start. Yes. Cool. Cool. Okay. So we did all that. I forget where it left off. I think we were in the middle of, like, a pool party with nobles and stuff like that, I think. What do we do now? Decide between worrying about ourselves or worrying about the war. I'd like to consider the big picture, but it's not easy. Might I offer just a bit of wisdom? Go on. Remember what the Oracle said? I suggest you hurry along and track down the most influential man in the capital. You mean Nikos? I'm curious about him. A lobbyist from the rebel territory freely mingling with members of both houses. At face value, it's absurd. People don't like to talk about the messy details that don't benefit them. Nikos has the dictator's favor. That's plenty of incentive for the House members to stay on his good side. As bad as it sounds, I think you two should do the same. It might not win you your verdict, but you could delay the arbitration if you ask nicely. I don't exactly like the sound of that. Even if we did, we don't know how to contact him. Well, maybe I can arrange that for you. If you could, we'd be grateful. As long as we aren't getting you in trouble. Not at all! I'm just glad to see the legendary crown mages in action. But if you're looking to pay me back, perhaps your extended entourage might be willing to assist me? Who? Oh god, what are your voices? What are y'all's voices? Is he looking at us? Again, I just do the spur of the moment. I don't go back and watch some of the videos to see what the voices were. Seems like it. A fancy guy like him? I'm sure he'll pay us good. Are you sure that's such a good idea, Kairos? Yes, please. And take them. Please. See? Even the boss approves! They'll be well looked after. It's not them we're worried about. Just be sure their hands stay out of your own pockets. That's no worry at all. You two have the council to deal with. Now that's something to get anxious about. Karis turns towards the hyenas. You fellas ready to lend me a hand?
Bro went sicko mode.
Did I? I went with my little witch laugh. That's about as sicko mode as I did. This is one of those furry games. Hello, Captain. How's it going? Yeah! So long as you do good by us. Looks like we've got a new boss for now, boys. Boss? I'm not fond of that. There's a partnership. That work for you all, partners? Lead the way, then. Partner. Also, is the game's audio good, or do I need to turn it down a little bit more? Kairos leaves, and the hyenas decide to follow. Whenever it comes to PC games, it's a little harder to gauge the volume. Because sometimes just turning it down in the game doesn't do much for OBS. They made friends with those 4 awfully quick, didn't they? If only it was that easy for us.
Oh, come on. Men like those hyenas go as quickly as they come. They only stick around if they can sniff out a use for you.
Sounds like you're jealous.
I'm about as jealous as when someone catches my cold. Very jealous. Listen, I'm just speaking from experience. Those hyenas are getting a little too hard to control for my liking.
Oh, 50 stream streak, let's go! Thank you for the 50 stream streak, Under. So long as they're working with us, I don't mind what they do. I feel the same way. Speaking of which, we should be getting to work ourselves. Let's head to the council building and see what we can do.
You're welcome.
I mean, you're the one who gets stuff out of it. You get more points. The Crown Mages enter the council building once more. The sounds of clunking mechanisms and crashing water is muffled beneath an emotional discussion in the hall. Oh, what was your voice?
Rolling over and showing your belly will mean nothing if the knife spills your guts.
That's nothing but an unfounded presumption. I'm just guessing. I'm just guessing at voices now.
Oh, look, it's those two again.
You'd think two men who can't stand each other wouldn't spend so much time together.
Makes one wonder, doesn't it? Oh, get your mind out of the gutter. They're clearly bound by duty. Not unlike our own situation, really.
Zermi shoots a wink at Krokos.
Just make sure you buy the expensive wine when you start thinking about taking me out to dinner. If you're going to offer your heart to me, just make sure it's extra bloody. I could do a lot of things with it, if it's still beating.
Vitus sighs loudly. Always read correctly, please. Well, at least we found someone we know. I think I'll talk to Regulus first. He seems the most approachable to our cause. I will say, it does make it a little bit hard because my mic is in front of my freaking screen. I'll distract Timaeus so you don't get interrupted. I appreciate it. Vitus meets Regulus's gaze as he approaches the amber and crimson hyena. Aha, Wolf, it isn't Vitus the Crown Mage. What brings you back here so soon? Truth be told, we could probably hear you and Timaeus arguing from the other side of the city. You're funny. Now, I thought you would be busy considering the murder allegations and pending arbitration. But you must have come to me for another reason today. Right, I've been... What was that? What was that? There was a wing or something, or was that like a quill? I don't know. You're concerned about our lack of action towards the rebels and what it could mean for the people on the battlefront. Right. I share those concerns, and would like to imagine that the House of Lords will soon give in to reason and negotiate with the rebels. What kind of demands do the rebels have? Not very agreeable ones, but that doesn't mean we should ignore them entirely. Making excessive demands first is a standard negotiation technique. Even then, I'd like to hear the details. Merely the distribution of the capital's entire grain stockpile to the outer provinces and the abolition of all taxes. Of course, it's impossible to agree to such demands as they stand. However, I'm sure the rebels will agree to a compromise on lower taxes and a food relief plan. The House of Lords benefits from those taxes. Naturally, they will not budge. And so this needless war goes on. That's it? I believe as much. But how can we be certain if we refuse to talk to the rebels? On the other hand, do you believe the Republic could defeat the rebels? Quite possibly. But how long would a war like that last? Everyone will suffer in the end. There's plenty of suffering happening already. True, but let's say the Republic did come out victorious. This would only sow greater discontent among the provinces. And then the cycle begins again in time. Things will only get worse if neither of the houses come to some sort of compromise. That responsibility falls upon the House of Lords. First, they must admit they're making excuses for their own benefit. Then they must face the reality where they don't get everything they want. And if both houses decide not to do anything... Regulus's expression stiffens for a moment. But then he eases back into his confident demeanor. Now I think there will be a point where enough people demand that the House of Lords see reason. Perhaps? Well then, thank you for discussing your perspective with me. Any time at all, our esteemed guest. Vitus nods politely before leaving to meet Valisus elsewhere in the council building. How many times are you gonna have this dead look? Vitus, you're finally back. Since you left, Timaeus has been hounding me about tea houses in the capital. That doesn't sound so bad. Well, he asked me if you should put the tea or the boiling water in the pot first. I had a 50% chance of getting it right. I did not get it right. He's been lecturing me on the correct way since. Is there a correct way? You must put the tea in the pot first. I will not have it any other way. I guess that makes sense. So that you can fully saturate the tea leaves. Instead of just sprinkle them on top. It also mixes the tea a lot faster.
It doesn't bloody matter!
Are we about to have a card battle over how to make fucking tea? I hope I'll be able to keep the senator on topic during our chat. Best of luck! Timaeus locks his gaze upon Vitus as he approaches.
Ah, you've returned, messenger. I must be blessed, after all, to run into you. Especially considering the curious allegations levied against you and your companions. But that is neither here nor there. I'm too busy to burden myself with the legal process.
Ah, well, thank you for your understanding. I hope you have time to talk to me, Senator Timaeus. I hope I'm saying these names right. It sounds like negotiations between the houses haven't budged since we last met. The Panther forcefully closes his hefty tube.
The gall of that man. There's a trivial matter.
Is it?
The Republic must know its military strength.
It must show its military strength. I am fumbling these lines.
If the rebel forces surrender swiftly, then we do not need to entertain negotiations. I will not consider appeasing them unless I have no other choice.
Sometimes is it not better to talk before you fight? To avoid full-blown war at the very least?
Perhaps, if the rebels had shown any sign of peace. They slaughter mercilessly and have never opted for a ceasefire. I'd wager they'd want nothing but death to the Republic's loyalists.
Don't the counselors from House of Commons believe the rebels want peace? The rebels already asked for food and lowered taxes.
That's their story, sure. The rebels' demands are nothing but mockery. They asked for the entire grain reserves. Do the people of Satorfanja not deserve to eat?
Given the situation, they have nothing to lose by starting with unreasonable demands. Is there no room for negotiation?
How naive. If they wished to talk, they would have paused their campaign upon making their demands. And yet they march towards our very doorstep as we speak. Their fanciful asks are nothing but an excuse to attack. Any failures to suppress them now will only disgrace the Republic's authority further.
Is force the only way to uphold the Republic's might? What about offers of food or supplies?
That may work this year, but how much will they demand the next? And if we lower taxes, where will our budget come from? There are a great deal of people who would take advantage of such arrangements. You know what's worse than being corrupt? Being a traitor.
What are you implying?
Among the House of Commons are those who collude with the enemy. The fact that Nikos, a rebel lobbyist, can openly operate in the capital is proof enough. It's an open secret, but he has been consorting with the dictator. I cannot fathom why. Perhaps trouble always comes closer than you wish it would.
The Panther Man glares at Regulus from across the hall. A moment later, the hyena pouts and looks away.
That's Sticky Pete. Don't be fooled by the excuses of the House of Commons. Learn to be skeptical.
Skeptical? Is that how you spell skeptical with a C? Really? Oh yeah, it is. Huh.
Learn to be skeptical, not skeptical, especially when you're dealing with politicians. Because skeptical is not a word.
At least not spelled like that. You've given me a lot to think about. Thank you for your time, Senator Timaeus. Vitus finds Valisus in the center of the hall. Did you get either of them to budge? They didn't even give me the chance.
Bugger.
Have I supposed to have been British this entire time?
Bugger.
Or Australian, I guess? Too late now. Bugger. The capital can't keep operating like this, and I reckon they know it. Vitus relays the comments of the Tribune and Senator to Valisus. I thought that Regulus spoke honestly, but Timaeus asked me to think otherwise. Or perhaps they're both telling us exactly what they want us to hear. Fair point. Unfortunately, we don't have the luxury of waiting to find out. Vitus waves towards the Tribune and Senator as they approach. Aha! Ground mages! Have you decided which of the houses you will support?
Surely the messengers of the Lord will see reason.
I don't believe we need to pick sides. I'm also in favor of reaching a compromise. What?
Ridiculous.
How about we put troops on the front lines while sending an envoy? I think it's envoy. To negotiate with the rebels. That's not happening.
No, we need a conflict. A conflict we can settle the card game. This should be Yu-Gi-Oh!
I already said the House of Lords will not support any talks with the rebels.
As we shouldn't.
You should swallow your pride and admit your failures. Oh my god. With the fucking hiccups.
I am not a fish. You are not a fish. I am not a fish.
Any envoy will likely be slaughtered before they have the chance to speak.
Why does that work? Why does that work? Why not send some troops to protect them?
Ha! That's not a bad idea. If the rebels fail to accept our terms, the troops could suppress them directly.
An envoy arriving with armed men would be seen as an act of aggression. Besides, I doubt the House of Lords will be able to resist any selfish excuse to make use of those troops. Well, nothing is getting done otherwise. Your worst fears will come to pass if you don't get your shit together. They flinch. I think that's the first time he swore.
Even if we do agree to compromise.
We're just two members of many. Then you convince the others. Is that not what you're good at? Being good is far from being good enough.
If you want both houses to come to a decision, you'll need to convince a majority.
Tullius, why is one of your nipples weird? It's like up, while the other's horizontal. What? Like Regulus's is fine. They're good. What happened to your nipple there? I only just noticed that. What happened to his nipple? Well, whatever. I don't know. Then how can we try? And as quickly as possible. There's a banquet tomorrow evening. Seriously, I just want to rotate it just a touch. Just a bit. Like, I feel like that's just a little too tilted of a nipple. I'm just noticing it, and I can't not notice it. It's just a little bit tilted left. Cause it's not like he's raising his arm or anything. Anyways,
Everybody from the council will be in attendance.
everybody.
An excellent idea. The whole capital has heard tales of the miracles performed in Ironopolis.
The feats of the Guardian, the Great Savant, the Paragon, and the Savior.
I say there's no greater miracle than bringing such an irreconcilable group of people to a compromise.
Aha! Perfectly put.
If you can change the house...
Where the hell? Oh, I saw change on the next slide.
You can convince the House of Commons to change their position, then I will gladly follow.
And I'll do the same. If, and only if, those conditions are met.
No further lofty requests? He's already self-conscious about his asymmetrical nipples enough without you pointing them out. I'm sorry! I'm sorry! It looks odd! He's got a vertical nipple! I'm sorry. I'm sorry. No further lofty requests? Vita shoves an elbow in Valise's side. We'll see what we can do then. The group leaves. The crown mages rub their temples as they descend the steps, eventually arriving in Sulpicius's estate. So we just have to convince a great number of stubborn, powerful, and wealthy people to change their minds. Easy. Sounds perfectly reasonable.
Why the sour face? I thought changing minds was your specialty.
No, you don't get it, Makaki. Like, I understand you're the devil. You're Satan. Rich capitalist motherfuckers are way worse than you.
Perhaps Vitus is recalling the attitude of the nobles back in Ironnipolis. Soon he will encounter members of much more established families.
You don't need to spill it out. I never volunteered to be a messenger for the gods. And I asked even less to speak for anyone other than myself. Who am I to ask powerful people to listen to me? I'm nothing but a fraud. Hey, that's not true. Isn't it? I know I'm nothing special. If you've been faking it, then you've done a stellar job. Better than me, certainly. You've convinced plenty of people to listen to. Confronting Crocus's isolation, resolving Circles' indecision, getting Herklaus to open up.
And what did he do for me exactly?
I don't know, you're kind of a bitch. You're kind of a cunty bitch. Is what you are. I mean, granted, you serve a lot of cunt very well. But you are a cunty bitch. Regardless. Everybody else at least helps the team, you know, without having other schemes, it seems. You just kind of do your own shit sometimes. You wouldn't be able to do all of that if you weren't using your own words. I think you should stop doubting yourself over something you clearly care about. Felicis, thank you. As the day progresses, Vitus and Felicis debate talking points they can use to support a compromise between the houses. All the while, they wait for any news from Sulpicius or Kairos, the two not having heard from the former since their arrival in the capital. As noon turns to night, they're forced to retire to their rooms. In the morning, there's still no word from either of them. I'm getting worried. I wouldn't be. Sulpicius is resourceful. He'll show himself when he wants to. I hope you're right. You should be more concerned about your performance at the banquet tonight. I'm sure that the food will be wonderful. Pity that I won't have much of an appetite.
If I needed to eat, I wouldn't hold back if I were either of you. You could both use a bit more meat on your bones, you know.
Really now? And what does Makari Hari think about that? Mukaki is right.
Now that's more like it!
Of course, now they're agreeing over something. We're both skinny twigs, I guess. even though y'all are both built like a slightly skinnier Johnny Bravo. Big triangle torso. Yeah, you know, you both need a little bit more meat on your bones, huh? Okay. Then they can just be wrong together. Let's just get ready for tonight. A bit less over-exaggerated Johnny Bravo. Like they actually have legs, at least. The crown mages wash themselves before putting on their best clothes. All the while, Crocus recites rules of etiquette until their heads feel ready to explode. Zermes interjects every so often with tips on how to talk to the nobles. Crocus quickly shoots the cheetah down, his expression becoming increasingly vexed each time. Circles and Herklaus merely offer the crown mages their condolences. By the time all preparations are in order, it's dark once more, and the banquet is underway. Upon arriving at the Capitol building, they show the guards their invitations and enter the gardens. I didn't realize there would be so many counselors. Well, the Republic is massive. It's hardly surprising if every region is meant to be represented. But how are we going to convince all of the House members by the time this banquet is over? Many hands make light work. We'll just divide the duty 6 ways. That would make it faster, right? Circles? You're not usually somebody who takes initiative. I may not be the best at talking, but I know a thing or two about efficiency.
This may be easier if we let our reputation do the talking. As much as I loathe all the talking. Really, I find it plenty enjoyable. Just the thought of all those men with their eyes upon me, pretty damn exciting. Vitus, ignore anything that he just said.
Sure. Good luck to everybody then. Vitus approaches a small crowd of counselors from the House of Commons.
There's little excuse for no fish at a banquet like this.
Perhaps you'd like a rich gravy.
Gravy? And here I thought this was the capital.
Landlocked, of course.
We'd have a medley of spices and seafood if we had our way.
Pardon me. The counselors continue eating. Do you think it might be easier for the capital to stock all of the meals that you crave if the supply roads were safer?
Anyways, the blood sausage is best of it all.
It's nice, isn't it?
It's nice, but in the capital you don't expect nice. You expect great. This is sufficient at best.
Vitus feels his head spin, until he calls out a name, as if almost by instinct. Zermes!
No need to shout, kitten. I'm closer than you think.
Vitus lowers his voice.
They're completely ignoring me as if I'm not even there.
It's true, they are walking all over you. Watch me closely. Not that I need to ask you.
Like I said, cunty bitch, but can serve a lot of cunt. Zermes plops down on the bench between the two house members and scarfs down the food from their plates.
What manner of spectacle is this? What's the matter? I thought you were just complaining about the food lacking flavor.
You're a bit much!
Oh, please. Everybody here knows you all have no titles. None of you are better than me, you're just richer than me. Our table manners alone make us better than you.
Zermes takes the man's wine and starts to drink it.
That's mine! Not anymore. If you're so much better than me, then how come you couldn't stop me from taking it?
The nearby counselors burst into laughter. The older man looks furious now, his fur standing on end.
Stop this nonsense at once! If you want me to leave, then you should all start explaining to Vitus here why you won't support a compromise with the House of Lords. The quicker you explain, the faster I'll go. Or would you rather I stay?
Upon hearing this, some of the counselors looked away, but the older man is not deterred.
Give me a hand, will you, kitten?
Oh, bother. Wait, what? Okay, this is the card game. This is the card... Okay. Let's go! This is the conflict. All else being equal, determine your side. I assume I'm defending my side of, like, yes, I want to compromise? Or does it matter? It might not matter.
Now, don't look so nervous. I got you your audience.
Won't be easy to convince the counselors after an intrusion that rude.
Being intrusive is better than not being felt at all. Besides, I'm the prick on their back, not you. Here's a tip. Flirt with them. They'll surely warm up to you.
I have standards?
There's that lash of heat I was looking for. Not so nervous now, are you?
You're a real menace. We'll get rid of that. Yeah. And the element primary side must discard all matching cards from their hand. From the Zermi. shit! As members of this council, don't you want to end this war? How can you complain about something as frivolous as your meals tonight, when the roads become more treacherous every day? That was a whole lot of talking for someone who refused to talk with me.
A banquet is not the time to discuss such matters.
Unlike your Cheetah friend here, you must not be used to banquets. Why ruin the mood with such heavy topics? Duh. You're taking all of the cards! God damn it!
How dare they treat my follower like this? If I had more power, I'd beat them up right now!
Then how about you do something to make them listen to me?
There's nothing I can do. Too bad.
All that talk, and you're really giving up this easily? Come on. Not even a little miracle?
How about you get me more followers and then ask again?
You really expect me to do all the work? Oh, actually, do that. Oh, nobody had any energy, damn. Alright, gonna eat to stream. Me EP, good night everyone. Have a lovely stream. Have a good night, Under.
The demiurges aren't the only ones who can perform miracles, you know.
You ever told me you knew magic? You're not kidding, are you?
I can bring a man to paradise by my own hands. I suppose you could call it magic. But I promise it will feel like a miracle.
I knew it was going to be something inappropriate.
Look! You need to let your mane down a bit. You're too serious. And those counselors aren't having it.
Fine, I get what you mean. And no, I'm not taking the rest of your advice.
Suit yourself.
Yeah, I have nothing in my hand, so yes. I didn't use his power. Shit. No. Cool. Oh, shit. Ouch. Thank you. Just end turn. You got too many cards. You know, back in Ironopolis, I met some hyenas that earned a lot of money while the city was surrounded by the rebels.
Oh, tell me more!
They uncovered a smuggling plot by the Merchant Guild and ended up taking over their business.
Are you implying something about the merchant guilds?
Implying? No, nothing that... Sorry, stepped on Vitus's foot. My apologies, it's a bit complicated. Hmm? And... No, I can't do anything. Ouch. A shame there's not much seafood here tonight. Don't you find it painful when you can't get what you want?
I doubt a man like you has ever eaten decent seafood in their life. Garum does not count, my boy. Indulge in the buttery succulence of lobster or the bouncy meat of the scallop.
Those aren't exactly available to up in the... Those aren't exactly available to up in the mountains. Forget seafood. What if rare meats imported from the neighboring lands? Have you tried lamb or cured sausage?
Bah, give this boy salt and pepper and he'll call it sufficient spice. Pass me the lamb chops, will you?
Ah, right.
If I were to give dating advice, knowing what you're talking about helps.
Thanks.
Damn.
Ah, fuck. He doesn't have any. Cool. I'll take it. I don't have anything. Neither of those would work. he's got... My god, I can't have any cards. I just need one card to match. Please give me something. God damn it. I don't have anything. Thank you. At least that was something? At least that was something? Ah! Oh my god. I don't have any energy. Oh, I'm just truly fucked, am I? God. Still don't have any energy whatsoever. Yay. I guess I'll just exchange. Oh, what do you do? Yes. Thank you! Fuck you! Oh my god, I have cards. I have cards. Oh my god. Take that away. Okay. Oh my god, I'm in the game again. Nobody has any energy right now, but that's fine, it still attacks. Yay! Yay!
You're a very engaging conversationalist, my boy, but it would be best if we refrained from discussing such dangerous topics.
Then tell me why you won't compromise with the House of Lords. Surely you already know by now. I want to hear what you have to say, even if it's just a confirmation. Fine, if I must. Let's go. Let's go. Well then, what do you say? It's as you said, the longer this war goes on, the worse trade becomes within the Republic.
Their capital should just accept their humiliation and let the common people return to their ways of life.
That wasn't so hard now, was it? Why wouldn't you just talk to me before? Nobody answers until the youthful counselor breaks the silence. We're all self-made men at this table!
Hold your tongue.
I won't, because this must be heard. Whenever the war ends, many things will return to normal, trade in particular. But war requires a lot of resources. Rations, weapons, manpower, transportation. As members of the House of Commons, we must not speak out against the interests of the people. As you can imagine, that includes our own families, merchants, and tradesmen too. Enough! It's in our best interest not to speak with you. A wave of silence washes over the group.
My family is not in the business of war, so do not pretend to speak for all of us.
There's no art for any of these people, so I'm just giving them random ass goofy voices.
Ow, my hair. Ow.
The counselors bicker among themselves.
I believe this is as much as we're going to get out of this group for now.
I think I agree.
Well then. Thank you all. It's been a pleasure.
None of them acknowledge Zermes over the rumble of discontent, but he stands up to leave with Vitus anyways. I thought we were trying to change the minds of the counselors, not start an argument.
Arguments can be very informative, especially when it's a room full of people lording secrets over one another.
Just make sure things don't turn violent. I'm gonna go seek out a group from the House of Lords.
Don't wait for me to follow. Krokos was dealing with them.
Vitus approaches a chattering group of senators from the House of Lords. Evening, gentlemen. They continue to sip at their hearty soups, ignoring Vitus just as much as the other counselors did. Trying to look for help, he notices Krokos, Herclaus, Cercles, speaking with Regulus and Timaeus. They all talk for a while, almost too long. Vitus doesn't want to interrupt them. Oh, you see them too? What's going on over there? They're pressing for information about why the senators here aren't talking to us. But they're taking an awfully long time. Why not ask the counselors directly? That's what Zermes did. He helped you too, did he? I ran into him just before coming here. But these senators seem to be far more stubborn. The House of Lords are mostly nobles. Perhaps they believe we aren't important enough to talk to.
So you need help getting their attention, do you?
Krokos, I'm glad to see you.
I keep finding myself distracted. But never mind that. To get the attention of the nobles, we'll need Herclaus.
Why Herclaus?
Because he's the only one among us with noble blood. That is to say, sometimes your reputation can speak louder than words.
Where is he now, anyway? Krokos points towards Regulus and Timaeus. They're laughing with drinks in hand, and Herclaus standing between them, his face placid with His face placid and expressionless. Buh. Well, at least Circles managed to slip away. Shall we rescue him? I'm already on my way. Timaeus and Regulus sparkle with delight upon seeing Vitus.
It's about time the messengers showed up.
We hope you find the banquet well.
I can say that I've made some friends among the House of Commons. Aha! I'm not surprised. The House of Commons is far more willing to lend an ear to those stuffy nobles.
A bit of stuffiness would you do? Bleh. A bit of stuffiness would do you good if some drink is loosening your lips this early.
Glad to see you two are getting along. I'm sorry, but I'll be needing this big guy here. Vitus hooks his paw into Herclas's arm and guides him away from the merry senator in tribune.
Where are we going, Crown Mage? Away from your captors. They're quite the bothersome pair.
I noticed.
Though in fairness, that's usually the conclusion I come to for most people.
I hear you're of noble birth?
That's one of the reasons I joined the army. It's much easier to talk to soldiers than entertain a banquet.
I can relate. Vitus returns to the chattering group of counselors from the House of Lords, this time with Herclaus in turn. Well, at least I'm not on my own this time. In not much time at all, the table of noblemen shifted their attention toward Herclaus, tilting their heads in curiosity.
What do we do now?
I don't know. Gaunt? What is Gaunt? What is Gaunt? Hold on. Thin or emaciated?
Isn't that Herclaus? I heard he was the strongest man who ever lived.
Well, I thought you would be taller.
Hard to believe I'd ever get to see him. It's a strange time to be alive indeed.
The war certainly can't be helping things.
Well spoken.
Thin or emaciated? Okay. I'll just think of somebody who's just like bones and ribs.
Wouldn't be a damn war if those traitors were put back in their place. Welcome to the future, Lord Herclaus, where cowards and misers rule the day. Would you like to hear the wisdom of the past, then? Gladly. Answer me first, then. What does your enemy wish for? More or less just to lop off the heads of their betters. No sense of loyalty. No gratitude for their protectors.
It's unacceptable.
The bull shakes his head.
That's too vague. Even fanatics have a cause. I have better things to do with my time than to think about the rallying cries of desperate fools.
I'll entertain the notion, Herclaus. That is, if you can spare me some of your wisdom and water.
Very well. But you'll also need to listen to what my companion has to say.
Oh, okay. Alright. Convince the House of Lords.
While you may not acknowledge him, I have a great deal of respect for my summoner. Summoner? You must mean the crown mage beside you.
Did he really summon you?
But he carries himself like a commoner.
How intriguing. The ancient crown mages were surely nobles. Perhaps he is also of noble blood?
I don't think so. I never knew my parents.
Ignore them. I haven't got a drop of noble blood in me either.
One look at him was all I needed to know.
Now come on, all reds? Actually, never mind. Keep the reds. Oh my god. Oh, come on!
Ah, you're still on cooldown.
Oops, sorry. Knocked my mic. It would be wise to respect my opinion unless you want to be the nobleman who enraged her Klaus.
Well, we don't want that. We have no reason to upset Guardian of the Holy Capital Herklaus, now do we?
Certainly. But does that mean we need to listen to an uneducated commoner?
I may not be noble, but I am a crown mage. I can assure you of my knowledge in literacy from my time at the academy. Not based on my stuttering, you can't. Enter. Yeah.
The boy says literate and well educated.
Then perhaps we should entertain him.
Crown Mage, how do you answer this? He was studied alone once, when I passed below the hall with hasty steps.
If you do not learn the oaths, you will not be fit to converse with.
He does seem to be possessed of some intelligence after all.
But he interrupted me before I finished.
He also gave you the correct answer. He also did exactly what you fucking said. Yeah. Swappies.
Any follower of the clergy could memorize the Holy Archive, but do you understand its meaning? I just said, if you do not learn the odes, you will not be fit to converse with. Now listen to me. With please sounds the deer call to one another, eating the celery of the fields.
I have here admirable guests. The lutes are struck, and the organ is blown.
See? He may be educated, but that doesn't mean we're gonna discuss house matters with him.
How welcoming of you.
Sure. Yes. You can't do nothing except for that. Oh shit. Oh shit. Oh shit. God! Boy. Boy. I could take away your energy. I keep forgetting to left click, then right click. You're gonna sacrifice all your cards? No, you're not.
There's not the time nor place to discuss the rebels. I will hear no more of it.
The cock has already crowed, and crowds in the court are found.
What?
Nay, that was no crowing of cocks. 'Twas the blue flies humming around.
You dare to call me a fly, do you?
You will not be fit to converse with.
What?
I believe you must respond to him with the oaths, my friend.
He's gonna use this next round. Okay. God damn it! Yeah, from you. Damn it. I got it!
You!
I believe my summoner has earned your respect.
Ah, in most entertaining fashion at that.
Yeah. Glad we can talk normally.
Riveting. That's the richest conversation I've had in far too long. As you are so interested, I happen to know that the rebel army is most upset with Lord Marcellus.
Who's Lord Marcellus?
Why, Timaeus' dear uncle. The proper ruler of the border territories.
Timaeus? From the House of Lords?
The very same. One of the rumors going around is that within the rebels' conditions, they call for the punishment of Lord Marcellus for provincial mismanagement. It's implied he may have starved, neglected, and extorted the people. Tiny things. If that is the truth, who's to say he's only threatening peasants?
The strong nobleman's expression distorts.
Tread lightly.
Weren't you going on about how commonplace cowardice is?
Don't you dare call me a coward! And I should hope you're not afraid, considering the allegations you're presenting.
Oh, I'm plenty afraid. But I have little to lose, no matter the outcome. Have you seen my bones? They're bony. Be it rebels coming for my head if they take the city, or my father's lands withering to a crisp. No safe options for me. Not a one.
Is that a sound effect? The gaunt nobleman takes a slurp of his soup, as if at ease with his poison, before regarding Vitus with his sullen, dark eyes.
I hope by now you understand why so many of us greet you with silence, knowing that you will bring up a compromise with the House of Commons.
Just one account of many, I'm afraid. Does anybody else have something to add?
It's so quiet, Vitus swears he can hear his own heart pounding. Let me have some drink real quick, because
Doing this voice.
it's kind of a lot. Whew. Well then, I suppose that will be all. Thank you. Let's go, Herr Klaus. As I leave, the senator's gaze sends shivers down Vitus' spine. Vitus, Valisus, and the heroes ask questions throughout the night until the conclusion of the banquet. Upon returning to the estate, they conclude that there was still little chance to turn things around. Even within each house, the house members all have their own agenda. What can we do to change enough minds now? We certainly don't have time to deal with each house member individually. Never mind the ones I suspect were hiding their true reasons.
This is why a government needs a strong central leader to unify society. When too many people are left to their own devices, it always leads to an unfocused mess, and then a dysfunctional disaster.
You mean like the exact system they have in place now? What's that dictator of theirs doing exactly? Sounds like he's spending more time collecting his harem than running his republic.
That's why I said a strong leader was needed. These people lack one.
And who exactly is this strong leader supposed to be? Let me guess. You?
That's besides the point. Good virtues must be upheld by someone, whether it be a central leader in society or those house members themselves. Of course, it's more realistic to have one person hold others accountable than it is for all people to be virtuous.
You just want some fantasy where you get to decide what is right and wrong? In the real world, everybody believes they're doing good. They all can't be virtuous.
So you think it's a good thing for this republic to be governed by such self-serving people?
Better than a bunch of sheep who just do what they're told.
Well, it's always nice to have someone you can trust to make the right decisions. I missed the time when we did. We could do things that I didn't think were possible. Some of them wondrous. Some of them terrible. While I care little for politics, I find that Makari Hari's way of doing things can be too direct. Keeping things direct can sometimes be the best thing to do. It avoids conflict and in turn avoids a great deal of pain.
My death was not without conflict or pain. Far from it. But that doesn't mean I disagree with what Makari Hari did. While I'm sorry for what happened, it doesn't change my position.
Ha! I see your ideas really are miserable.
Some conflict is inevitable, but you just allow conflict for no reason.
That's because people have the right to fight for what they want in life.
I don't want to be rude, but we have our own problems to deal with right now. If you two aren't going to be helpful, could you just go scurry off into another room? The sulking demiurges take their leave in different directions. You should show the demiurges more respect, Vitus. They're divine beings, not children. Ones capable of things we have no understanding of.
I wouldn't think of them so highly. Maturity has never been their strong point. They may have great wisdom, but their manners could use some work.
I think some humility would do them good.
More than some, but I agree.
I'll be sure to make it up to them later. Right now, we just need to figure out how to solve this stalemate, so we don't end up in a crucifix in court. I just hope we see Sulpicius. Or at least you're back from Cairo soon. The following day, the Crown Mages discuss methods to persuade the House members. Some involving magic, others involving bribery and force. Not that either would be good for their public image. They find themselves mentally exhausted and grasping at straws when a familiar face shows up at the door.
Fair winds, my friends!
Huh? Who, what, where?
You're both looking worse for wear. But I know what might cheer you up. I managed to push your arbitration back 2 weeks!
You did? That's some small comfort. You're incredible, Kairos.
Hey, no praise needed here. I'm just making use of the resources I have.
The way things are going, we're going to need all the time we can get.
And that time will certainly come. I'm sure you have plenty to do before then.
Plenty and then some. You've been a massive help, Kairos. We've been trying to gain the support of both houses. But the members are reluctant to mention what they want. Or even talk to us, for that matter. Even if they did, convincing a majority rule would be quite the feat.
Are you two genuinely trying to influence the minds of hundreds of people?
Well, yeah. Aren't you supposed to do that when you petition the government?
Sure, if you've got the time to build a campaign.
What, do you have any ideas on how to approach this? Nothing illegal? Please? The thinnest of the hyena gang steps out from behind Kairos.
I've got some ideas.
What did I just say? Look, doing something illegal because it was right got us into this mess.
Don't all those people call you messengers of the Lord?
Well, sure, but I wish they wouldn't. No, it's sort of true. We're not some prophets. We can just hear them.
Why don't you just tell them what to do? That's what religion is for, yeah?
Vitus chuckles. They aren't gonna do what we say just because we're messengers of the Lord. They already know that, and yet they turn their heads the other way. If telling them what to do was so easy, then we wouldn't be discussing this. Wouldn't it be different if we got the support of the clergy? You remember what happened back in Ironopolis? There are different powers in play when people interact with faith. How do you feel about that, Lord Makari Hari? I would say that the House members are neglecting to follow my teachings. But it is difficult to change minds unless you give people good reason to change. I'm afraid that only a miracle could so quickly restore the people's faith in me. Then we can perform a miracle in front of the House members to gain their trust. That sounds like a good idea to me. Perhaps it is. But I wish to say something to Vitus before we continue. What might that be? I did not realize how confused I was before arriving in the capital. I have not been following my own doctrine.
My bickering caused problems and hindered our success thus far. Such mistakes are unbecoming of my character, and for that I must apologize.
Hey now. You can't just act like everything is all about you.
I have noble intentions.
Nobody's buying your shitty act. You're just trying to manipulate the crown mages again, aren't you?
No. No more bickering.
Bickering, huh?
Vitus, Valisus, your time doesn't deserve to be wasted. I shall tell you what you need to know about performing a miracle.
Oh! Sure! That's pretty nice of you, Makari Hari. I'm eager to learn more!
Hey! Wait a minute! I know what to do, too! You can learn from me!
To manifest a miracle, you would need a statue of my likeness, and enough house members who believe my doctrine to make it work. False believers won't do. In that case, we'll need to figure out how many house members practice your doctrine regularly. Perhaps the clergy at the temple would be able to tell us? And we even know a man on the inside now. Oh. Him.
Circles grabs his face. Not him. He doesn't bother me so much. I can do the talking. Thank you. You both are being too dramatic. We just need to ask a question. I don't believe I'll be able to manage my temper so well if I have to listen to him speak for long.
You have a temper?
You have no idea, Herklaus. The crown mages and their companions leave out the front door of the estate.
Hey! What's the big idea? Why does everybody treat me like I'm the bad guy? Fine. I don't have to argue as much either. They'll pay attention to me again when they see for themselves that I am right. Hey! Wait up, everybody!
They walk through hanging vines and refreshing mists as they make their way to the temple district. They take refuge from the scorching sun in the cool, dark chamber of the temple, a great statue of Makari Hari staring down at them. Mukaki glares up at the statue.
You aren't really that big.
It's just a statue. Not like I was around to tell them my proportions. Excuse me, yawning. Frankly, I cannot stand idolatry. Reverence for any individual only distracts from their teachings.
You always say that, but you never stop them.
And here comes your high priest, crown mages.
Oh. The high priest is waddling in between a group of acolytes when he locks eyes with Vitus. Oh! Back so soon! It seems... I should have expected that the messengers of the great Makari Hari would not be gone for long.
We're here because we need to talk about a spiritual mission.
You're always on a spiritual mission, young crown mage. But hearing you say so is music to my droopy ears. Vitus notices Circles shaking and grabs his sleeve. Valisus notices this and clears his throat. I'm glad, because you're the person who can help us the most. Me? Well, I'm flattered, of course, but No need to worry yourself. We just want information. The high priest wipes his brow. That is something I have plenty of. Plenty off? Wait. That is something I have plenty off. I'm pretty sure that should be of. What do you need to know? We want to know if many of the House members are devout followers of the clergy. Tricky. Many senators from the House of Lords meditate and attend services here. If they are truly devout, no one can know but themselves. The councillors from the House of Commons appear less pious on the whole. If one were to gauge piety by attendance, of course. But such a difference in attendance is usual when comparing nobles and commoners. Valisus leans to whisper in Vitus's ear.
So that means the House of Lords are likely more faithful on the whole. Right? But we need commitment from both houses. It's no good if the councillors of the House of Commons aren't faithful.
They lean out of their huddle and address the High Priest. I have another question. Suppose we wish to perform miracles for the council members in these very halls. How easy would it be to organize it for today? Oh! If enough senators are in attendance, I believe the rest of the House of Lords will not refuse the invitation. That should be easy enough based on what you've told us. Aha! Then what of the House of Commons? The Tribune? What's he doing here? I heard about the difficult time you had at the banquet. Naturally, I felt a little guilty. And, well, a little concerned, as not many of my fellow councillors seem to be on your side. If I remember correctly, you weren't exactly helpful at the banquet. Ha ha ha! Then allow me to be helpful now. I would like to talk to Paragon Circles in private.
Me? Why me?
That's a good question. Why him? Among the heroes, Circles is a symbol of hope to the common man. His stories tell of how he's healed and fed the masses in the darkest hour. Much more practical to the needs of common interest than, well, stories about noble wars. Or secrets in the stars. Or scams. I don't deal in scams. I deal in trades. With risks.
Scams.
Again. Cunty bitch who serves a lot of cunt. Every single scene proves my point. I assure you, Circles is the hero that people wish to see above all others. I don't know about that. Go ahead, Circles. If Regulus wishes to help us, then we should respect his request. Thank you for your graciousness, Crown Mage. Circles exchanges an uncertain glance with Vitus and Valisus as he's pulled away. The Crown Mages lower their voices.
I think he's up to something. Obviously. But we need the support of the House of Commons if we want to get anything done, don't we? Sure. I just don't want to play into his agenda. It's a boon for us if he can get to the councillors to attend the It's a boon for us if he can get the councillors to attend the performance. We just need raw manpower. We should already be able to count on the senators. No matter his goals, we're still at an advantage.
Regulus returns with a nervous Circles in tow. That was quick. We've come to terms. Have you now? So long as Circles is the one leading the miracle, I will bring as many of my fellow counselors as I can manage. He's performed such feats in the past, so it shouldn't be much issue. I'm glad you're a reasonable lad! Ha ha ha! I'll bring a company of citizens and counselors to the temple by sundown to see this act. Thank you once again, my friends. The Tribune trots off, leaving the crowned mages and heroes alone. This is happening awfully fast. I suppose we'll have to spread word among the senators ourselves.
Leave that to me.
Kairos?
If anybody can sniff out Timaeus in a pinch, it'll be me. He holds a lot of sway among the House of Lords and could convince many to come to the temple.
But on such short notice?
As soon as he gets wind of a show starring Regulus, he won't take much convincing.
The fox winks.
I'll make sure that he'll be here all right.
You say this once again.
Don't sweat it. It's hardly a favor if it helps you two stay in good graces with the council. I'd rather my noble head doesn't end up on a spike.
Fair point.
Later then.
The fox scampers away. Well then, we don't have a lot of time. What miracle will Circles perform? I don't like how casually you put that. What do you mean? Miracles aren't so cheap. Performing a genuine miracle that will shake men to their core will cost a lot of energy. Why is that an issue? Don't you have enough energy? I thought it was obvious.
Then explain, please. If we're going to do this, then we need to understand how it works.
As magical energy is amplified by life, divine energy is amplified by belief. Either way, that power has to be yanked from somewhere.
Then why are you so reluctant to use your powers? Weren't you listening? I can't risk performing a miracle that would drain my power.
What about you, Makaki?
Yeah, nah. Why would I waste my power while he keeps all of his?
I thought you were deities. I thought you were gods. You're bickering like two fucking toddlers.
Weakened deities. If I used too much power, I could lose consciousness. Perhaps for years. Then we'd really be in trouble. Alright, fine. A single miracle may be all that we can manage. And we'll need to be certain enough House members are around to pull it off. What kind of miracle?
Why not let Circles think one up? After all, he's the one the commoners love so dearly. Envy isn't a flattering look. So you're not bothered that people think you're boring? Of course the average person doesn't find me interesting, because my interests are anything but average. Unless one suddenly develops the habit of reading archaic rituals or deconstructing runic artifacts all day long.
Zemis makes a stroking motion in the air.
Boring.
Better to be boring than seen as a symbol of vanity.
Now that's not fair. Are you alright, Herr Klaus? A weapon is a weapon, be it thrown by the arm or spat from the tongue. They'll have to try harder if they want me to bleed.
Don't be so dramatic. They merely said they prefer that soft, sensible man. To the rest of the rogues. Don't lump us in with you. So what do you say, my sweet Circles? What miracle will you perform to save the day?
Well, I could heal the sick? Any illness, really.
That's nothing surprising. They already know you can heal the sick. Your legend speaks great volumes of your expertise. Healing an incurable disease may not be seen as a miracle.
But are you sure?
Believe me, I've heard what the senators and councilors say about you.
Okay then.
What if he brought a dead man back to life? What? Solid idea for once. I've talked at length with nobles who practice magic. Not only do they believe resurrection spells are impossible, but study of this field is forbidden.
You're right. Makari already mentioned before that Circles could bring a dead man back to life.
Well,
Circles, is that true? I suppose it is? That's perfect! There will be no questioning our authority as Makari Hari's messengers if Circles brings someone back to life. Then we must get started! It'll be sundown before you know it, and the temple must be prepared for such an extraordinary circumstance. The High Priest lists off a series of chores that they all have no choice but to take part in. Fabrics must be hung, the pews must be cleaned, and wood must be prepared for the sconces. Oh, so very busy we will be for the Lord. Vitus leaves to gather some wood down a nearby hall. He sees Circles approach for a moment before the High Priest hands the bear a pile of linen and hurries him in a different direction. Finding the bear's expression strange, Vitus tries to go after him. Circles? Where'd you go, Circles? Yeah! Suddenly, Vitus bumps into one of the acolytes. Before he can protest, the man drags him away to help carry wood for the censers. I can imagine bringing someone back from the dead is one of those really powerful miracles. It's not long before a crowd forms within the temple. Vitus looks for the bear among the black, red, and violet attire of the counselors and senators. A miracle! A miracle! You've come to see a miracle! A man shall be raised from the dead!
What trick is this?
No trick, unless they've all lost their senses. We're either going to see something incredible or the biggest embarrassment of this aeon. I can't wait to see the look on their faces when we pull this off. Are you going to pull this off? Having finished his tasks with Circles nowhere in sight, Vitus returns to the entrance of the temple. It's not long before the High Priest sees this and guides the crowned mage to a freshly erected stage. Oh! Okay, completely new art and art style, kinda. Wow. Not bad, eh? Welcome all, children of Makarihari, to the sacred ground! Tonight we will experience something we have never seen before. the miracle of resurrection, guided by the messengers of Makari Hari and Paragon Circles. Looks to be a few dozen people in the audience. I was hoping for more. Do you think it'll be enough? I hope so. Messengers, Vitus and Valisus will guide us through the ritual now and change our lives forevermore. Hello, everyone. The audience remains very quiet. A few people cross their arms. The ritual performed today will be as strong as our collective faith in Makari Hari. We need as much help as possible for a mere chance that this miracle can succeed. I request those who wish to join us approach the stage. Some exchange skeptical glances, but at least half of the audience volunteers come forth. Hello, I just got off work. Hello, Shepard, how's it going? You're just in time to see a resurrection. Next, we need a man who has recently died. My father. A man with a wooden wheelbarrow shuffles forward. A large shroud is draped over what looks to be a body. He was working on the roof today and slipped. Oh, that's a dead body. Well, it certainly is. The priest told them to bring one. Felicis contemplates for a moment. There may be more out in the audience. I'm annoyed about work because some same shit keeps breaking. Oh, I know that feeling. Oh, I fully know that feeling. I have to deal with broken blenders, broken espresso machines. We had to deal with a broken window for weeks on end. It's just I wish the place where I worked could get a remodel. I really wish we could just get a remodel, get completely start from new. Please, because the shit we have right now is breaking down as we speak. At my workplace, it's water pipes. I work at a grocery store. Yeah, I work at a coffee shop. Vitus feels the fur on the back of his neck stand up. Now we just need Circles. Where is he anyway? Psst! Vitus hears a noise from behind him. He hears the noise again and then turns around to look. Oh, there you are. What's taking so long?
I cannot revive that man.
What?
I can only resuscitate someone within 300 heartbeats of their passing. Anything beyond that is impossible for me.
We already claimed that we'd bring somebody back from the dead.
We never specified any conditions. I tried to tell you, but everything got so very busy and I didn't find you in time. You didn't think that detail would be important? I was hoping there would be no corpse available on such short notice.
And we have to make a corpse.
Then I would have actually been able to revive them. This is bad.
What are we gonna do now?
Fight us.
Paragon Circles?
Well, I mean, if you do this now, this is truly gonna be a miracle.
Paragon Circles is here, everyone! We can begin!
Oh, dear.
Listen, Circles, just go along with it. See, if enough people have faith in Makari Hari, then the miracle might work. Yeah? Okay. All right. I'll take a few deep breaths and... The people are waiting for you, Paragon Circles. Please, guide them. Guide them and bring this person's father back from the dead. I bet he wants to hit the priest so hard. Well, hello, all of you. Okay, after just being resurrected. What is that? What is that emote? I love that my PC doesn't have emotes. That looks like an onion? What is that? Let me open up Twitch real quick. What is that emote? Oh, it's like a transparent face. I love how all emotes are onions on your potato. Yeah, like, hold on. Let me show you what I see. Let me show you what I see so you know what I'm looking at. There. It's an emotionless face. Do you see what I'm seeing? On Mix It Up, it's literally just the box X. So that's even less of a thing to show me. But yes, it's a like a dotted outline of a face with just a blank expression. At least I can see it on my phone. Anyways, Circles begins to sweat. Right then. First, we should link arms before the statue. Now bow your heads. Clear your thoughts of death, of war and pain. Think of a brilliant, cloudless sky. No planets, no stars. Just a vast expanse of bright light. And you and everyone. Feel hope, safety, and solace in one another and all things around you. And bathe in the presence of sacred life. Look upon this man now and breathe Makari Hari's life into him. All at once. Inhale. Exhale. The room is filled with comfortable silence. A sense of warmth overcomes the followers, as if enveloped by a magical aura. The dead man's clothes begin to rustle. We're not Weekend at Bernie's this shit, right? We're not about to Weekend at Bernie's this. Right? We're actually bringing this man back to life? But then the light leaves the room. The silence continues for too long. Does the man live? He's still decomposing. The miracle failed?
But of course it did. These men are con artists after all. and murderers!
Now, everyone! Holy Archive 321, things that are past, it is needless to blame. Man, you just pull those out of your ass, don't you? This is getting ugly. Mukaki, Makarihari, please help us. We need a genuine miracle right now.
I'm not one to meddle in people's affairs, but rather guide them towards the right path.
That goes for me too. I'm good. I support people doing what they want to do, but don't try to rely on me.
We need you just this once.
I'm sorry.
No can do.
If everyone turns against us, Felices and I will be in danger. This is so fucked up. I have to think. From now on, I'll solely support the deity who lends me his power for this miracle. I will become their follower and theirs alone. What?
You aren't serious.
I'll do it if I have to. Just something happen right now.
You're putting us at risk.
I'll risk exhausting your powers for another aeon over being executed for heresy. What would you do without us anyway?
Very well. Makarihari reaches towards the sky.
Lightning crackles about him, filling his eyes with a golden glow.
Bastard!
Dark miasma swirls about Mukaki. Flames lash furiously as he raises his arm in tandem. The demiurges cast their powers towards Circles, who becomes enveloped in dark and light. The body falls out of the wheelbarrow, writhing and spasming. Cloudy room excretes from the eyes as it arches its back and gasps out in an unnatural breath. Color returns to the still cold flesh. It moans and twists, not unlike a newborn, the audience unable to look away in deathly silence. They did it. A trick! It must be a trick! The commoner falls to their knees, crying out the name of their father. The man responds in turn.
Where am I? Where have I been? You died, Father. I was there to see it. The messengers of the Lord have brought you back with a miracle. What happens next is a rush of motion and chaos, with senator and counselor alike clamoring to see Vitus, Valisus, and Circles, all begging for perfect health and the return of their loved ones. Tears of joy and shouts of elation ring out as bodies overwhelm the stage. Hopefully live bodies. Herklaus and the Alkalites spend time calming everybody down, corralling them to approach the crown mages and Circles in an orderly fashion. But news of the miracle soon spreads throughout the city streets, and worshippers begin to flood the temple. Your miracle certainly worked, crown mages, but what am I supposed to do with all these people? You're a church. Do church activities. I don't know. You're a church. Don't you want followers? You're a church. Perform your duties as a priest and guide them. Exactly. But guide them in what? I'm going to punch you. We don't exactly have a precedent for preaching about miracles. Well, certain deities made this possible. Let me consult them. Them? Him. I will be a moment. Makari Hari, Mukaki? Vitus. You, seem to be conscious.
Yes. That took up a great deal of our energy.
Lucky that you had some of my energy to rely on then.
Don't start.
Well, you both held up your end of the bargain, so I will hold up mine. It's my turn to promote your doctrine. The High Priest wants to know what to tell the worshippers about your miracles.
Circles must insist that such a feat will never happen again under ordinary circumstances, and that the people should take my teachings to heart. First, they should mind their thoughts, their words, and their actions. Then they should rely upon their own strength and take care of their bodies, not rely upon magic to solve their problems. In fact, commoners should not be taught magic at all. It's dangerous and reckless. Even scholars in the nobility face difficulty controlling it safely. Today was an example of exactly that. Misconceptions about magic can lead to irreparable mistakes that only the Lord can save.
I can't believe you're trying to do this again.
Then what do you suggest, Mukaki? As you both answered my call, I will represent one of your positions, and Felices will represent the other. But only if you continue to present clearly without interrupting one another.
Fine! You don't need to tell people that miracles are scarce. Miracles attract followers, and the more people who believe in us, the more miracles we can perform. Saying otherwise is like stepping on your own foot. Teach the clergy acolytes the lost art of healing magic. You could practically eliminate injury and sickness with a little effort, and the clergy would look great doing it. If a tool exists, people should be able to use it. That's all I've got. Oh, that's all. Got it.
Yeah. No. Return. You have a counter argument, Makari Hare.
I believe that reliance on magic will turn into selfishness. When people do not overcome struggle, they often forget the struggle others go through. That can make them selfish, cruel, and obsessed with vanity. I want the people to develop character through thoughtfulness, cooperation, and focusing on their physical health. 60 minutes a day is all it takes. People don't always want to choose what's good for them, like exercising or practicing temperance. Some elements of discipline must be enforced in society. You look like you have something to say, Mukaki.
There's one thing that really pisses me off. And that's putting someone in a cage just because there's a chance they hurt themselves. Depriving someone of their freedom for their benefit is pointless. Possibilities you've never thought about will just replace your old fears eventually. If people want to live a life of discipline, they should have the right to choose that life. Let people find out what's best for themselves. Even if they live a horrible, awful life, they still got to choose it. Mistakes don't necessarily make your life worse. They give you a chance to realize where you went wrong and stop you from making bigger ones.
So that's how you think.
Thank you. I'm confident I can convey either of your doctrines to the High Priest. Vitus pulls Valisis over to the side of the hall. Both of the demiurges have merit to their philosophies, but I worry our choice may carry more weight than we expect. In what way? How many recorded miracles have happened in our lifetime? Or the lifetimes of our ancestors, for that matter? Just something to think about. In any case, I can't decide right away, so you should pick first. Got it. Hold on just a sec. Sorry, my nose is getting stuffy. Hey, ReactBot. Do you have a choice you like?
I like this one.
Which one, buddy? Which one?
This is making me uncomfortable.
Okay, fuck you then. Okay, goodbye, buddy. I mean, I get what Makari Hari says. I get that. Allow people to have a normal life and stuff. But also, Mukaki's right as well. Like, we could...
Okay.
Not helpful. Not helpful in the slightest, ReactBot. Sorry, I needed that. But with Mukaki, he has a really good point. Go away, ReactBot. He has a really good point of, like, we could cure diseases. We can cure minor illnesses. Sure, we can't cure death. But, like... Is the ReactBot on something? I don't know what he's on right now. he's very like, yeah. Sure, buddy. Right now. ReactBot, are you on something?
That's totally me.
Okay, buddy. Okay, buddy. I think you're all questioned out for right now, I guess. I say we heal the sick. I think Mukaki's teachings are the most fair. So you really feel fine with what happened today? Not that feelings matter right now. We have to make a choice. I mean, don't cure the dead! Don't cure the dead! But cure the sick. Crown mages, the people are expecting me to say something. Please share the Lord's word of the miracle and the magic demonstrated today. And here we are, the bearers of the Lord's guidance in desperate times, deciding if the clergy should endorse miracles and whether to promote healing magic to the acolytes.
It's about giving the people the freedom to use the tools they are given.
No, it's about keeping people out of unnecessary danger. We should start before this gets out of hand. Agreed. Yeah, get rid of that. Damn. Damn. Oh, just gain 1 energy? Sure. Mikage expressed the importance of making mistakes. Just as we made a foolish mistake today. Can also be a lesson to us. Not if that mistake cannot be undone. Failing spells can be dangerous, particularly strong ones. We had the demiurges to help us after it failed. Anyone else would be in much more dire straits. Can't use anything? Oh, 2 energy, damn. People fail. They hurt themselves all the time. It's an inevitable part of life. But there is value in reflecting upon that, learning, and being willing to change. That's not always what happens, though. Some people die. Others take a turn for the worse. It doesn't mean we should avoid magic and miracles, and the good changes we can promote. I'm not avoiding all of that, but rather minimizing the consequences. I'd rather you not have anything. I know you're gonna use this. I know you're gonna use that. Why would spreading knowledge of healing magic have adverse consequences? Because others could fail in the same way we did. You know, if failure is your only reason, by extension, people shouldn't be allowed to try anything at all. You're exaggerating what I said. Then you should say something more specific next time. That. Just end turn. Gimme! Give Papa cards! That. I don't know why you're Todd Howarding me. I'm willing to take a risk if it means we can incite change within the clergy and the council. Even if they're not ready for that change. That's just an assumption. There's no doubt that that and miracles benefit us, and that healing magic can save lives. Yeah, sure. Hell yeah! When right or wrong is impossible to determine, I think we should follow our hearts. If healing magic can help the people before us, then we should walk that path. If performing miracles is a part of our duty, then we should walk that path. Well, I cannot honestly say those are bad things at all. In the end, I'm willing to walk that path with you, Vitus. We will tell the High Priest to embrace the power of miracles, to spread the lost knowledge of healing magic among the clergy. I assure you that you're making a mistake. I pray that the consequences of your actions won't be severe, and that you will learn from them. At the very least, it's likely the House of Commons will demonstrate more piety. But we'll need to do more work at the temple before we can influence their thoughts on the war. Progress is progress. Even if it means we have to deal with that high priest for a while longer. Oh, paradise, I cannot believe it. I forgot to seal the chamber doors last night. Acolyte Otter, this is unlike you. You usually serve the Lord very diligently. Something must have come over me. Please, will this transgression be forgiven? Worry not. This is a time of forgiveness, for Cercles and Lord Makarihari have graced this temple with their miracle. Now back to your duties. All must be flawless for the morrow's sermons. These runic carvings look awfully in need of a good dusting. What? The crown mages spend the next few days in the temple, spreading the Lord's doctrine while feeding into the story of the man who was brought back to the life. To life. Brought back to life. There is no the. People come from far and wide to meet the Paragon Cercles and the Lord's messengers, each filled with hope and curiosity. But the crown mages are surprised to find Senator Timaeus making a personal visit. The messengers of the Lord, please hear me. There's no need to shout. And please, call us Vitus and Valisus.
Forgive my rudeness. I heard about the remarkable miracle you performed. It was astonishing to hear that a dead man was brought back to life. But far more astonishing to hear Regulus take credit for picking the miracle you would perform.
He didn't pick the miracle. He just asked Circles to perform it.
So you admit you granted him favor?
Valises jabs Vitus with his elbow. Ow! It was more of a trade than a show of favor.
Then would it not be fair that I ask for the same?
What do you ask them?
Why don't you lend me a hero to perform a miracle?
Well, it's not that simple. It's not that simple. I don't know what the miracle would be, or who would perform it.
Then I will pick for you. Certainly the great and noble Herklaus would be an excellent hero to perform a miracle.
How kind of you. I accept, of course. Hold on now. Hold on. Isn't this all happening a bit quickly? Very quickly. We never agreed to a miracle to begin with.
Correct me if I'm wrong, kitten, but weren't you the one to agree to the idea of performing miracles in the first place?
We thought you wanted this.
We?
Myself and the other heroes. Right, everyone?
Pretty much. Fine.
If I have to. All of you really think that? We never intended to force any of you. Besides, I'd rather avoid relying upon the demiurges again. We don't have to involve the demiurges. If you want me to perform any feat, I would completely support your decision with my mind, body, and soul. Okay. Should we agree to this, Valises? Valises hums and holds his chin. The bottom line is that we came here to gain the support of the house members. If we must continue putting on a show to please them, then so be it.
Wonderful. Allow me a day to help Herklaus prepare. You won't regret this.
I feel like I'm going to regret this. The senator takes Herklaus away with him, leaving the crown mages a little stunned. For some reason, I think I already do. I hope he'll be okay. Hope so. The following day, Timaeus returns with Herklaus, having discussed the miracle he will perform. On the day of Herklaus' divine act, the temple is much more crowded than last time. Excited people look towards the stage, speaking to one another in hushed whispers. Herklaus addresses the audience with an ordinary spear within his grasp. Take a look behind you. To the red heart posted nearly 100 paces away from the stage. I will pierce that heart by throwing my spear with little to no effort. Observe! Herklaus throws the spear, which lodges itself into the sandbag with a loud, twanging sound. A stellar hit! As the audience clapped politely, their excited whispers turned to ones of confusion.
Isn't that a bit ordinary?
Burly fit.
I thought they brought a man back from the dead last time.
This is rather unimpressive. Demiurges, do the two of you have any ideas?
Throw another spear. Pretend the target is that Legatus' head.
Herklaus throws another spear with divine precision, perfectly splitting the first one in half.
Pass me another! He does it again with the same results. The audience hollers. Another! He does it another 10 consecutive times, with the final spear breaking the target apart and lodging into the wall. The audience roars.
He's a god himself!
I have to touch him!
Some of its heroic physique might rub off on us. Like a Buddha. What's a Buddha? I don't know.
Oi! Back in line! No standing in the aisle.
No touching, only looking.
No, you keep away.
By the gods, they're insatiable.
Vitus watches nervously as the thinnest hyena hovers his paw above his sheathed dagger. They better not cause a scene in the temple.
You've got bigger things to worry about, Crown Mage.
We expect to be fairly compensated. And that means you must place your undivided faith behind one of us.
Exactly.
I never asked either of you to use your powers. And even if I did, both of you helped Herklaus. I have no reason to favor one of you over the other.
You're ripping us off!
I have to agree. It's only right that you repay our devotion in kind.
He's becoming just like Zermes.
Hey now, that's going a bit far.
You three, pay attention to the audience.
If Herklaus was in our army, we could defeat the rebels.
I have to join the army now. I have to be a hero like Herklaus. What desperation.
Quite awful.
It's far from awful. They're so full of spirit, like a roar of determination. Makes me feel like I didn't even lose energy helping Herklaus with that miracle.
So that's the power belief grants you. Valises cups his chin and thinks for a moment. If you want something from the both of us, then tell us how we should channel the faith of these people. State your positions, and the one who wins us over will surely gain plenty of energy. Very well then. These people should return home and reflect upon what they saw today. May it give them hope for tomorrow. For when tomorrow comes, if they still wish to fight, they can join the army with clear minds and hearts.
But they want to fight now! To take action!
Ah,
To take action! The army isn't going to be doing anything about the rebels anytime soon. I'm sure there's plenty of nobles who would be willing to fund a private militia. Might force the House of Lords into taking action.
madness. The most important thing to the people is the stability of the capital. To entice further discourse between the populace and the government would become a disastrous, long-term blunder in sowing the seed of chaos. The senators will capitalize on this, and the balance of power within the government itself could change.
Well, the whole reason we're here is to force change, isn't it? What better way to cause change than inspire men to want it? Makari Hari thinks those men will fall under the House of Lords' influence. But they're clearly devoted to Herklaus. So they're really a force for Vitus and Valises. And by extension, they would be a force for me. Besides, you can always ask that senator, Timaeus, to keep things under control. Let the people choose for themselves.
wanna say something, Makari Hari?
Only this. Are you really giving such driven people a fair choice? Someone may light a fire to see in the dark, only to miss the kindling surrounding them. A gift of light and warmth also takes a burning toll. Do you call it freedom when one cannot see the choice they are making? I call it irresponsible.
And there we have it. Another awfully troubling decision. You have to pick a side. This audience won't be calming down anytime soon, otherwise. Midas's gaze shifts between the demiurges. Reactbot, are you gonna be useful?
Oop, there it is.
Nope, no you're not. I think reflect. I think go home, think about it, then make your decision. Don't jump into action. There's not really a... Damn it. Damn it. I pressed the wrong one. Shit. Okay, whatever. It's time to do what we came here for. We should follow Mukaki's suggestion. I meant Makari Hari. To rally the people and in turn put pressure upon the counselors. That's risky and you know it. I'm not fond of knowingly leading others on the path of consequences they don't comprehend. So you want to debate from Makari Hari's side then? I suppose so. Shall we get started? If I lose, does that mean we'll do his? Can that happen? I didn't expect the people of the capital to be so motivated. I thought they preferred to hide behind their walls than protest the rebels. I'm fairly sure Herklaus's miracle is the cause of that. While they express hopes for glory, I doubt they realize how brutal war really is. Are you implying they'll get hurt? Nothing like that. What matters to us is how we make use of this situation. Even if these people join the war, they're just inexperienced recruits. In which case, they may train, but they won't end up in their make-believe battles for glory. That makes me feel better about all of this. Of course, so you better take this seriously. I want to intentionally lose. Random hero on Makari Hari's side and turns them to your side with 0 energy. Even if they wish to fight, new recruits won't be sent into battle. You said this yourself. Besides, Timaeus arranged for this miracle. The consequences are his responsibility. You really think he can manage it? If it comes down to it, a private militia seems to be just the thing he wants for his goals. you let that militia get out of hand, they may seek more power over the Republic. Any victory wrought by such a militia is one the nobles funding it may claim as their own. I literally can't do anything. Power by force is not a particularly difficult thing to do. If they have the numbers and they wish to try, there are historical precedents for it. There's no need to add more precedents, is there? I doubt they'd have the numbers even if they wanted to. Besides, we're missing the forest for the trees. If we can't get the council to deal with the rebels, we'll be history too. That doesn't mean we need to choose something so risky. Yeah, like he said. Yeah, you have so much fucking energy. You have so much fucking energy. What do you think, Herklaus? No idea. I'm better at taking orders than having opinions, Summoner. Herklaus, you only act like this when you hear something stupid. Yeah, you said something stupid, Vitus. My answer will not change your decision. So don't use me to influence your debate. You're right. Thank you for shaking my hubris. Yeah, you're a fucking idiot. That's why I don't want to be part of this. Oh god. We both have so many cards. Oh. Shit, I didn't realize he had a... Damn it. Okay, well... There we go. Fuck. You. I mean, again, extra card in my... Holy shit! Take a deep breath and have these men let their blood cool down for a moment. Give me time to think of a better solution, I'm sure I can come up with something. But time isn't something we have much of. You have all the time of the world when you're not dead on a battlefield. Dying at home waiting for the enemy isn't any better. I don't think replacing it with green would do me any good. I think I am just kind of fucked. Yeah, just let it happen. Just let it fucking happen. I'm sure you would think differently if you were being sent to war. We have been sent to war, Valisis. At least these people are volunteering willingly. They have the freedom to choose. But is it really freedom of choice if they're being rallied by propaganda? You're twisting my words. We've seen war. They haven't. Her class's miracles won't always be there to save them. We know the truth. Aw, can I not? Hold on. What if I restart story? What if I restart? And we'll just speed through up until that decision. Because I want to be on Makari Hari's side! so many flashes. Hoo-ha! Makari, hurry. Ask them to reflect. Why is it locked? What do you... Ah! What? Why? Why? God damn it. Fine. Rally them to action. Send them to their doom with propaganda. Fucking... Fine. Fine. I'm the problem here. I'm the one who misclicked. Fine. Damn. Damn. I'll do it too. Fuck you. Even if they wish to fight new recruits, blah 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 blah. God damn it! No! Give it back! Give him back! Yeah, sure. You think? Oh, yeah, you have 5 points. Oh my god! Take him back. Take my god back. It's because I saw somebody step forward and do something. They're tired of languishing here and posturing while trade crumbles, their businesses falter, and the news from the provinces grows ever grimmer. I never said it's wrong to act. I just said I think it's a dangerous solution. And yet inspiring these men is the best solution I see. Give me time to think of a solution, blah blah, we did see that. Do that. Actually, hold on. No. First. You, then you. Oh, that works too. Yeah. We don't have to deceive anybody if they take action on their own. They might not have all experienced battle, but perhaps some have. We don't know their hearts better than they do. Even when they're influenced by the sight of something extraordinary. The state of inaction here is more extraordinary than any miracle. They have to do something, Valisis. Fine, Vitus. I suppose I will concede. Again, I misclicked. I wanted Makari Hari, but whatever. So we rally the people to take action, and in turn cause the nobles to step in. I have a feeling this was also the result Timaeus was anticipating. I agree, warfare does seem to be that senator's expertise. We can trust he won't let things get too far out of hand. He does know how to win the hearts and minds of men. I have no doubt that he'll put these men to good use. The bull lifts his spear and addresses the audience with a booming voice. Men, the capital has heard your cries for justice for long enough. Let Senator Timaeus guide you to protect the city. As if waiting this moment, the panther steps forward.
But of course, young men, you must fill the streets with the song of your country's honor.
You're constantly opening and closing that fucking book. Are you even reading anything? Or are you just using it to emphasize your words?
We must sing melodies of the brave souls who beat on their armor and clang their shields for the end of this ugly war in rebel menace. Follow me and we will raise awareness on how to be the victors of this war.
The audience rumbles with applause once again. Once the majority of the audience disperses, Vitus and Valisis are given a moment to themselves. He carry it to look smart. Rackbot, would you carry a book just to look smart?
You wouldn't get it.
You know what? I kinda don't get it. I kinda don't get it, bud. Once the majority of the audience disperses, Vitus and Valisis are given a moment to themselves. I'm not used to so much attention. It's better than the looks we were getting before. I suppose faith is enough to overlook one's shortcomings. Shortcomings? Many people live their lives based on how the clergy want them to live it. If we speak for the gods, then that makes us a part of that now, doesn't it? Besides that, we're nothing but strangers telling people how to live their lives. Accused murderers, even. But only the council are aware of that. And I'm thankful for it. Well, as long as people think we're doing good, then I don't mind. If you think you're doing good, then I have some bad news. More commoners and counselors are supporting the war effort now after your last performance. Where did he come from? I didn't even see him. Aha! Don't patronize me. I have my ways. At this rate, their council will put enough support into the war effort to deploy troops to crush the rebellion. Isn't that better than remaining in standstill and allowing the rebels to overrun the capital?
Of course it is.
He's here too?
I'm just as vigilant as Regulus when I need to be. Don't let him get into your head and prey on your sentimentalities.
We're not very sentimental about this at all. At this point, we don't particularly care which one of you gets your way, so long as you're doing something at all. Right, Madden? Speaking freely, we should fully support only the senator.
Well spoken.
Wait, what?
Well, of course the warmonger and the magician think that.
Warmonger?
Hey now, don't take it personally. It's pretty normal to wish for the scenario that makes you feel useful, right? Hard to break bread with the rebels when you were crushing their heads in not so long ago. Stop making excuses. We both know you're just trying to get under his skin. Well, it's just a little too easy to get under yours. Figured I'd try somebody new. You just want to support the Tribune because you find commoners easy to fool. How's it any worse than you? You just want to suck the magic from the capital's teat. So crude. It's a little transparent is all I'm saying. Caring about nobles more than the common people. Not the best look.
Well, I care about all equally. This ain't about you, Circles.
The rebels should have a chance to plead their case rather than be crushed by the capital's forces. Regular people don't get the same choice when war barges into their homes. Many of them must be trying to survive. I cannot accept a fate so cruel.
Circles is arguing now? This is getting out of hand.
It's not so easy, Circles. Negotiating with the rebels will draw out the conflict, putting more people in harm's way.
But do we know that for sure?
The rebels are willing to slaughter their countrymen without remorse. We can all attest to that from our time in Arenipolis. Past a certain point, I don't need to confirm their intentions.
So you're willing to be a bad person just because the other person is worse?
As long as the ends justify the means, then I am willing. I expect our rebel friends share the very same conceit. Then we have a plan.
Zermes, you may perform a miracle for my cause, and Krokos can perform one for my colleague. Pardon? We didn't agree to performing any more miracles.
Oh, but you will, won't you?
You did say you wanted us to do these miracles, Vitus.
Well, yeah, I guess so. But
We'll have this political crisis solved in no time.
on that I agree.
Zermes has a way of persuading others.
So long as he drinks plenty of water that evening. Har har. I'm sorry that I don't have to cheat with magic to get people to do what I want. All you do is cheat. Only because it's fun.
There are 2 more banquets within the next 3 days. Jesus Christ, how much food do y'all eat? One of the House of Commons, and one for the House of Lords. Are they held at the same time?
They're on different days. Lucky, eh? I expect you to give your full attention to both banquets, crowd mages.
Just remember, we're only interested in facilitating a compromise. Miracles are unpredictable, may have unintended consequences. Stay in Setor Fanja long enough, and you'll begin to understand that most consequences aren't left to random chance. Aha! Have a good evening, gentlemen. I expect to see Zermes the Savior at the House of Commons banquet.
And I will see the great savant, Krokos, at the House of Lords banquet. Ours will be the first banquet in 2 days' time. Do be ready. May the waters guide you.
The panther closes his tomb again and gives a salute. And then opens it right back up as he turns around. The 2 house members diverge, heading in opposite directions. What was that all about, everyone? Hercles let out a heavy sigh. We apologize for how hectic that was.
I'm not apologizing for anything.
Hercles sends the cheetah a glare and he shrugs it off.
We all have our own ideas about how events should unfold. That's all.
But you often share those ideas with us first. What changed?
Well, usually you and Vitus come across as sensible and persuasive. But because you both wish to remain neutral, I'll admit the Tribune convinced me instead.
The Senator's reasoning is sound. I am hard-pressed to find a fault in it.
And me as well. Why did y'all get so close to those 2? I've hardly seen you talk. Vitus! It was the first banquet! Oh, you mean that massive waste of time? A lot of it was a waste of our time. Yes. Perhaps it wasn't so we could meet with the council members, but rather so they could speak to the heroes without us listening. That's... Okay, everyone. What have those men been telling you?
Nothing you haven't already heard. Why? Are you upset, Vitus?
I just need to understand what's going on. If I saw treachery, then you'd be the first one to know it.
I'd merely ask you to learn how to play the game better.
Stop being so casual about this.
Those 2 already revealed their motives to us, and to you. A conniving mouse isn't so dangerous when you know what it's after. There's not much harm in voicing our positions as well.
There is if we want to come to a unified position. No matter what happens, we still support your voices.
Of course. It's not like we have a choice, really. We don't. But I still do my best to inform the choice.
And we really think you're all doing an incredible job. Right, Vitus? Right. Thank you for your reassurance, everyone. With the audience gone and the moons in the sky, the Crown Mage and heroes leave for Sulpicius's estate. That was a mess.
It was something, all right.
The heroes care more to argue than they care about us.
Well, Zermes always cares about himself. That's what I like about him.
You're getting a great laugh out of this, aren't you?
I would be if the consequences weren't so dire. Those crown mages are in more trouble than they know. They treat the heroes like good friends rather than the legends they are.
Which means they're vulnerable to others who recognize that potential.
Bad, bad news. I don't want to be stuck with only you to talk to for the next few aeons.
I thought you'd be used to silence after being sealed away for so long.
At least you had to deal with that too!
But I can still barely remember anything from that time.
Me too.
We're getting distracted. I'm following the Crown Mages. You do what you wish.
Bah! I was almost enjoying a talk with you. Way to ruin the moment!
While passing through the market district, a brutish merchant is huffing about.
Things really have gone from bad to worse. First, the rebels disrupt our supply routes. Now our wares are being stolen. All the while, the council is spending their days pining over two boys who claim they talk to the Lord. Well, I'll tell you what, I believe the Lord is truly with them. The nobles say good fortune will come to those who believe in the Crown Mages. Just today, a guard brought me my stolen linens. I could hardly believe my eyes. It must be a sign. It must be a load of hogwash. I won't believe a thing until I see one of their miracles for myself.
I think we should avoid being seen. Agreed.
Who are you avoiding now, pretty boy?
Ha, Kairos! What are you doing here?
We were about to fetch you, but you saved us the trouble. Thanks.
Regulus and Timaeus have asked us, the heroes, to attend banquets and perform miracles. Would you like to come back to the estate with us? We can tell you the details then.
Oh, of course! You needn't ask. Me and my brothers will stay behind. Gotta keep watch in case anybody's inspired to get close to you.
Thanks. Well then, follow me, everyone. Upon arriving at the estate, they begin to discuss the situation.
So that's the challenge, is it? It'll be tricky with the House of Lords banquet being the first one.
I'm rather tired of those nobles, too.
Good news is the commoners on the street know of your feats. They think you're incredible after Paragon Circles brought that man back to life. You might even give old Makari Hari a run for his Manera if some cult decides you're all divine yourselves.
Please don't joke about that.
Who says I'm joking? Perhaps we can discuss something more tangible, such as our current task. If I must impress nobles, then manifesting fire and ice won't do the trick. What sort of spells are known to the nobles of this era?
Well, I imagine one's not so different than your era?
I beg to differ. The average practitioner of today is far less skilled.
They certainly don't cast death curses.
Quiet, you.
That won't be seen as a miracle at all.
I'm not particularly thrilled about that either. They say mages always have their secrets. I guess your average noble knows of holy rituals or tossing flames.
You guess?
I don't know. Never studied in the academy growing up.
I heard all nobles go to school at the academy.
My family wasn't that well off when I was younger, so I didn't go. There were times I was lucky at all to have something to eat. That wasn't until my brother traveled overseas and made his fortune there.
I just didn't realize that nobles could be poor. The fox lets out a one-note laugh.
Ha! Many of my peers have agreed loudly with you there. But nobility is only a bloodline. Those businessmen in the House of Commons are far wealthier than most nobles.
I don't know much about nobility at all, I'm afraid.
Well, that's good, because I'd rather not talk about this anymore.
Taois's words have a sharp edge to them. You're right. Let's move on.
Do you suggest anyone more knowledgeable about magic, then? There's always the censor. That would be ideal, but would he have time for me? It shouldn't be hard at all. Considering what's at stake, I'd say he's taken an interest in you, Krokos. Oh!
Varys swears I can see Krokos' blush.
I heard he's been asking about you, wondering when you'd be able to come see him. I dare say he'd drop anything to speak to you, so long as it isn't a request from the dictator himself. Then let's not waste any time. Come on, up, up! We need to see the censor.
He claps his paws and practically marches out the door. Hey, wait for us! I don't think I've seen Krokos this excited for a while. Before we go, Zermes, do you have your plan figured out?
Now don't you toss and turn your pretty little heads over me. I can always manage to work things out. Say, Kairos, if your family is well off now, do you suppose you could sponsor me? It'll go to a great cause. For how much?
Zermes whispers into the fox's ear.
Oh, that shouldn't be a problem.
The cheetah slaps him on the back.
That's what I like to hear. Now, why don't you all go have a fun bloodletting? Or whatever it is that mages like to do. You menace.
Vitus and Valisus catch up with Krokos, once again finding themselves climbing the great steps to the council building. I forget what your voice is. The censor sits in the middle of the foyer, much more peacefully than the first time they saw him. A prismatic crystal rotates above his paw. Light shines through it, splitting into many directions and casting shadows of runic symbols inside of the room. God, what was your voice? I thought you might be back. I don't know. I don't know. It's good of you to come, Vitus Valisus. But especially Krogos. That's quite the device you got there. This little trinket?
A remote communication device. I've never seen one with that many channels before. You're talking to hundreds of people at once.
This dull thing is merely a novelty. How about we talk business for a change? I heard the Crown Mages raise the dead with the power of Makari Hari. Oh, no, that's... Hold on. I'm getting names mixed up. Various is the dude in front of me. How about we talk business for a change? I heard the Crown Mages raise the dead with the power of Makari Hari. Is this true? He knows it wasn't just Circles? Perhaps a lucky guess. So many V names! Of course I knew. But it's rude to whisper when you visit. You should really speak up. Holy shit, it's infinite! Hold on! And there. Oh, Infinite Dragon! How's it going? Oh, everybody! Oh, fuck yeah, furries! Yeah! Hello, Infinite. Hello, Weaslink. How's it going? What were you doing? We're currently figuring out how to not get killed because we are charged with murder. Furry men, my beloved. What were you playing? What were you doing? We were playing Crash Tag Team Racing. Did you like it? Did you like how many times Cortex said something possibly maybe construed as kinda gay? He says a lot of things about like his proctologist and shit. I played it as a child. I fucking love that game. I really liked it. Although as a child, I also figured out like either play as Engine or always look for Engine in the crowd, because he's the one who can one-shot anybody. Long and hard power crystal. Anyways, but yeah, so with this game, we are two devotees of demiurge gods who keep bickering to us and can only talk to us. And constantly, to have debates, we play Yu-Gi-Oh! We play Yu-Gi-Oh! To decide. Oh, so like Alien X in Ben 10, but with card games. Basically, I maybe. But it's rude to whisper when you visit. You should really speak up. Sorry.
What you heard about the miracle was true. And soon I must perform a miracle of my own.
Do you have a problem with that?
Sadly, I don't know what the nobles of today would consider a miracle.
I wonder how many people had their furry awakening from that episode where Ben is slowly turning into Blitz Wolfer. Let me look this up because I have no idea. I have no idea what that is. Blitz? Wolfer. To be fair, I didn't have cable when I was a kid. I didn't have cable as a kid, so I... Oh, okay. Oh, okay. Oh, okay. Hold on. Let me bring this up. Ben Wolf, if you're cultured. This guy? Yeah, there was just an entire episode dedicated to him slowly turning into that alien thinking he's becoming a werewolf. I'm trying to think what would quote-unquote be my furry awakening. I don't know, Sly Cooper? Maybe? Ratchet? Maybe? There's also the girl that episode that wanted to fuck the werewolf. How old is Ben 10? Because I think for most of the shows, he's either preteen or teen, right? I think 13. Oi. In the episode I'm talking about, 16-ish? And they later get married and have a child. Hopefully when they're an adult. I hope so.
Would plucking a meteor from the sky amaze them? Or would it bore them?
It would certainly make them very toasty, now wouldn't it?
If it was considered a miracle, I would do it.
It's been done before.
Pulling a meteor out of the sky has quote unquote been done before? What? Yeah, sure, that's no biggie. That's not a miracle here. That's a Tuesday. In OG, they're 10. Ultimate Alien and Alien Force, they're 15. Omniverse, 16. I need to catch up on Ben 10 lore. I didn't have Cartoon Network as a kid, so I didn't know anything. I had PBS. I had what is it? Dragon Tales and Cyber Chase and Mayan Miguel and Word Girl. Those were my cartoons as a kid. I didn't have shit. Dude, Ben 10 was fucking awesome. I bet it was. I bet it was. I didn't have cable. I remember Word Girl. Word Girl was good. I like Word Girl. Arthur was okay for me as a kid. I didn't remember, like, oh man, Arthur's on. I was just like, yeah, I guess I'll watch Arthur. Dinosaur Train was really good as a kid. Just because it was the only thing that taught me about dinosaurs. I would always watch PBS Kids when I was visiting my grandma. The Wildcrats was my favorite. They're real good too. I'm old enough to know Zaboomafoo as well. I loved that show. Zaboomafoo was great as well.
Too bad. So what hasn't been done?
Well, magic is a fickle thing, but it's particularly reliable here in Seto Afonso.
I noticed.
I have some thoughts about it.
Remember the train part in Word Girl? I don't remember the train part. I remember a lot of, like, the villains and stuff. Like Chuck the evil sandwich-making guy. And Lady Redundant Woman. Considering what you're playing, that isn't much of a surprise.
Magic is intrinsically connected to life itself. Like a pail is filled by rain, magical energy grows and is perpetuated through practice.
And yet this city is surrounded by a desert, devoid of plants and magical energy.
Yes, particularly so among the sand dunes. A miracle out there could be me levitating a rock. But a miracle here, displays of arcane power, parlor tricks will not do.
People have been making me miss by putting Word Girl and Invincible. People have been making me a mess by putting Word Girl and Invincible side by side with their train parts. Oh, memes! Memes by putting Word Girl and Invincible side by side with their train parts. Train parts? What do you mean by train parts? I do think Word Girl and Invincible are comparable in strength and stuff. It's easier if you look it up. What? Look up Word Girl versus Invincible? Oh my god. Oh my god! Oh my god! There's a Reddit who would win. There's a death battle fandom. I don't know how to correctly explain it. Word Girl train fight scene. I don't remember the Word Girl train fight scene. Invincible and Word Girl have the same final fight. I would, but I also don't want to watch it on stream, simply because I'm pretty sure I'd get copyright strike to hell if I watch Invincible on stream. But I see so many people, like, just the amount of death battle thumbnails I see immediately when I see this. There's even a separate one for Miss Power from Word Girl versus Omni-Man. What the hell? Then do it after. Maybe I will. Maybe I will.
If you want to change minds, then change them yourself.
You mean transmutation magic?
No, I mean a deeper, more fundamental change.
So, you mean mind control?
Yes, and I mean the genuine sort that really changes minds. Not temporary enthrallment. Implanting an idea that is there to stay. On many people at once.
That kind of spell doesn't exist here?
Not anymore. I've read fables of such spells from aeons ago, but they're more myth than history. But you're a living legend yourself. Oh, maybe not living. To make something a part of them that was never there is essentially remaking a person.
Oh yeah, also, the demigods brought back 5 heroes? I think it's 5. Might be 4. A number of heroes from the dead. To do miracles and shit for these 2 mages who accidentally stumbled upon God and Satan together.
To make something a part of them that was never there is essentially remaking a person. You're fundamentally changing who they are, even by a little bit.
And the smallest change could have great consequences. Perhaps.
Though if you change somebody's favorite food to olives, who's to say you made much of a difference at all?
Crocus looks at to Makari Hari. So that's God?
No. Look for something else.
Any other spells you'd like me to find?
A few come to mind, but I suspect anything too violent or sacrilegious will be seen as a miracle.
Mind control could be innocent enough?
That is the most dangerous kind of spell. It's out of the question.
And that's Satan.
Or perhaps it's only dangerous because you've never allowed those capable of it to try and perfect it.
Perfecting it would be worse. Controlling a person and unmaking them are one and the same. Inconsequential changes will always cause permanent alterations to a person's life.
Sounds like Circles' worst nightmare.
And mine as well.
And I thought you said you'd stop arguing. We understand the risk that we're taking. Whether we alter their mind or set them on fire, it's not like any option is without risk. You don't have to constantly remind us.
So you're really talking to Makari Hari? With that attitude?
Yeah? Why?
Oh, nothing. Nothing at all. You really are one of the crown mages.
I don't know what you mean.
You don't want to know how I talk to the dictator in private?
In this moment, the censor comes across as a person rather than the second most powerful man in their country.
Do you wish to ask anything else?
Crocus?
You've given me a lot to consider. I appreciate it.
It's my pleasure. And best of luck with your endeavors. Anything that will shake the stagnation of the houses has my interest. I'll be very interested in what arises from the miracle you choose to perform.
Late into the night now, they return to the estate feeling more equipped for what is to come ahead. But something else is on Vitus's mind. Kairos, I want to talk about something.
Go on.
I feel like you're different than the other nobles I've met around the capital.
What do you mean?
I'm tense around the censor for one. He's kind, but intimidating. Like I could put him off at any moment if I did something wrong. But I'm more at ease around you.
It's not that complicated. Growing up, I wasn't assured a government job, and my family had very little economic prospects. People could say that I'm more commoner than noble at this point, and more than a few of them do. Does the difference matter that much?
I have complicated feelings when it comes to people who think they're better than others. But I don't get that feeling from you at all.
I'd hope so. You know, the people are born with all sorts of things. Maybe it's a noble bloodline. Maybe it's Monera. Often it's both. Or none. Simply having things doesn't make you better or worse. Just means you have a different life experience. Some people become better for that experience. Others become worse. But you already understand that, don't you?
Kairos turns around and paces down the hallway.
It's late, Crown Mage. Rest up. Tomorrow will be a busy one.
I appreciate it, Kairos. Also, I should move that out of the way. The next day, it's not a moment past noon when the Crown Mages hear a knock on the door. Kairos ushers the visitor inside. Senator Timaeus greets them all with a graceful salute.
Well met, messengers of the Lord.
You seem to have a habit of making surprise visits. It feels like he's always waiting to make a dramatic entrance. And he closes the book again. I hate you and your fucking book that you're not reading and you're just opening and closing all the time. I hate your book. I hate your book because you're not reading it. You're just using it as a fucking prop. I hate it. I hate your book, and I hate your vertical nipple as well. I don't like you.
I could hardly be tardy if I'm to escort you all to the banquet this evening.
You needn't worry about that. We know how to get to the council gardens by now.
I don't doubt that, but I didn't want to take any unnecessary risks.
Risks? The Panther ignores Valises' question.
Is Krokos ready to perform his miracle tonight? Of course. Delightful. Let's not tarry then.
The journey to the banquet is filled with chatter between Krokos and Timaeus. Timaeus praises the magician while gently stressing the urgency of the capital's defense. However, Krokos falls silent when the senator commends his impromptu mage academy back in Ironnipolis. The banquet comes to a hush when they arrive.
Good people! The messengers and their heroes have blessed us with another appearance tonight.
That's Krokos the High Priest, is it? I heard he was more of a magician than the stories told.
If you must know, I played the role of both during my mortal life, though this evening I wear the role of magician. Senator Timaeus has requested a miracle from me in exchange for your good favor, and I agreed to these terms.
Pah! Miracle, my bloody arse! Anything can be considered a miracle when a magician shows us parlor tricks.
Those in Fonza aren't as gullible as the peasants you're used to. We know a thing or two about magic and runes.
I bore witness to the miracles performed by Circles and Herklaus. Feats of superior strength and resurrection of the dead are mentioned among archives of magic lost to us. Perhaps this man is responsible for all of those performances.
Far more believable than an act of the Lord, if you ask me. The other senators rumble in agreement.
Oh, I know plenty of magic lost to your time. But I promise, what I will show you tonight will change your mind. Afterwards, you will have no doubt that Vitus and Valises are true crown mages. Do you accept my conditions?
That's fair enough.
Then on with it! Very well. Watch my paws.
Krokos drags his digits through the air like one would draw pictures in wet sand. A whole new art, okay. A faint glimmer sparkles from the crystal dagger adorning his neck. There's resistance to his movements, like he's compressing something invisible and viscous. With a clap of his paws, energy springs from him, brightening the sky with a singular boom. Then silence. Vitus and Valises open their eyes to see the nobles around them, staring into space. as if they had seen nothing at all. What did you do to him? A bead of sweat drips down the snow leopard's brow.
An illusion of the morning sun. I cannot discuss it now. I must concentrate on the spell long enough to implant the suggestion of faith in you and Valises.
Could the demiurges help?
It might not work on everyone if I don't have more energy. But this might be enough. These people are dull, by the way.
Makaki, could you help him?
Gladly! This is Krokos at his best, doing what nobody else can, pushing his limitless potential.
No. What do you mean, no? This spell is an abomination and should not be encouraged. If you don't help, I'll just have to represent Makaki from now on. You said that last time. Vitus will keep saying it as long as it works. Exactly.
What are you all so hung up about? We don't need him.
Their energy would do a great deal of help right now.
Well, if they're going to keep making promises to him, I won't lend my powers either.
Think it through. I won't support either of you again without your help. Fine by me.
You impudent mortal!
I guess we never needed the demiurges to perform miracles in the first place, eh, Krokos?
I can keep going, but it's getting harder. Some of their minds are poking around, pushing back. I could easily become overwhelmed, although some of them aren't resisting at all.
If you've done your best, then that's good enough. It's going to have to be.
Yeah. That's it! I can't stand it! What's the point of breaking out of that seal if I'm not gonna live a little? Krokos, take all of my strength! Do what you do best!
I am not about to let you run loose with the full support of my crown mages. This spell may be against my principles, but failing my followers is even worse. Just this once you may have my power for such ends, Krokos. Bursts of lightning and flames swirl around Krokos in a blinding display of magic. When the crown mages open their eyes again, everything is as it were, save for the lingering scent of rain. Krokos? What did you do to them?
I etched within them the pain that the wars bring in the people, and let them feel what you felt when you lost your homes. Then I showed them the true form of Makarihari, and moments at the peak of his power. If the spell worked as I believe it did, the suggestion that they must help you and Valises should now be a part of their core beliefs. An additional curse of suggestion will also linger for some time. I had to ensure the changes stick, so to speak. I'm rather pleased with myself, really.
I suppose we should test it? You there, sir. Me? Did Krokos manage to convince you? You were doubting him earlier. I cannot deny the power of the crown mages any longer. Whatever aid you need from me, I will work from sunrise to sunset to ensure you will have it. That's quite the drastic change of attitude.
Bravo, Krokos. Your stunning miracle of turning night into day has swayed my colleagues. I had no doubt that you could do this. An honor to serve you, Senator.
You, Krokos? You're serving us.
Do relax. It was merely a manner of speech.
Timaeus saw what happened during the miracle. Crocus must have protected him from the spell. But we don't need to convince him that we're crown mages. And perhaps affecting him would be too much for Crocus' sense of integrity. Now that performance is over, we might as well put our disgraceful acts to use. Ask the senators to vote for a compromise so that we can stabilize the government.
Understood.
Hey now, don't get a big head. We already changed their minds. No need to keep them as our thralls. Just dispel the lingering curse and allow them to vote how they want. Those visions already got the point across. They'll probably vote how Vitus and Valises want anyway.
If we dispel it now, those sensitive to magic may detect their minds were altered. What is done cannot be undone. We should keep them under our blessing as long as Vitus and Valises remain in Seto Valmza.
Blessing? You always like to sugarcoat things.
Any spell cast under my influence should be considered a blessing. You just said how diabolically evil this spell was. Are you a man? Are you God? Or can God just be like, hey, I get to pick and choose my own words. I get to pick and choose my own rules. I'm fucking God. What are you gonna do? Shoot me? What are you gonna do? Stop believing in me? After I fucking raise the dead?
Actually, both are the same kind of magic. The difference is merely a matter of perspective.
Gonna IKEA the furniture?
Yeah, one makes sense, and the other is delusion of some haughty bugger. Good old-fashioned manipulation is enough to deal with that lot from here on out. We don't need to curse them on top of changing their minds.
You were the one who wanted to promote the spell in the first place.
Yeah, just so we could prove a point. Crocus is the real deal. Controlling people against their will is a completely different matter.
You already suggested manipulating them without realizing it.
Control and manipulation are entirely different things. At least people can work out they're being manipulated.
Enough already. We're getting sidetracked. Valises, what do you think about the curse? Am I comfortable with it? Not entirely. I also don't like the idea of the senators finding out exactly what kind of miracle Crocus performed. But it's not me who needs convincing. It's Timaeus. What about him? He's a cunning man who will work out something is awry if the senators agree with us without question. It's better to be open with him and discuss the suggestion curse plainly as a part of Crocus's miracle. You're right, I'm sure he can handle it. Well, if I have to pick a side... Oh, fucking dispel it. Oh, fucking dispel it. I think we should dispel the curse on the senators. Then I'll support your side, Vitus. Time to go tell Timaeus what happened. Oh, we're not even gonna card fight? We're just... Okay. You're not even gonna... Okay. Sure. Hope he doesn't beat us up with that book of his. Well, I wouldn't mind seeing you struggle under some heavy reading. What? Hey now, I wasn't being serious. Anyway, let's go.
Oh,
Oh, gotcha. Gotcha. Okay, gotcha.
So you mean to say the miracle was not changing night to day, but rather changing the minds of the senators?
Right, and Crocus also used a curse to prevent them from noticing this truth.
Is it possible they could discover what was done to them? If rumors spread that I allowed this to happen, I may have to resign.
Don't worry, they won't find out. We're gonna take care of it.
Take care of what?
We plan to dispel the curse as suggestion soon enough. Even without the curse, the senators will not discover the particulars of what happened. The spell was mixed with divine energy. Not even the magicians of my time could untangle it.
I would like to believe you. However, there's something I must confirm.
Keep. Not that bad. Oh, you're passive. Okay.
How exactly does this curse affect my fellow house members?
A curse of suggestion, meaning they will unconditionally support the actions of the Crown Mages.
Even if, for example, they were asked to jump off a bridge.
No, it's not absolute control. Suggesting they should support emotion is more likely.
How can I be certain they won't cross the line?
We only want the council to move forward. Nothing else.
Promises are merely voiced desires you stand by. Fulfilling them is up to fate.
What do you mean by that? He's implying that we may have no choice but to break our promises. No, really? Damn, you're desperate, huh?
While I cannot deny the results, I'd hope great savant Krokos would be more skillful. With only one L.
I assure you, those spells required a very high degree of skill. I have no doubt they did, but your crude methods sully my praise.
The best method is the one that works, is it not?
I'm not one to take chances with people's lives in my career.
Why not feign ignorance of what happened?
And who is going to believe that?
Go ahead and take it, I guess.
You say you want to dispel the curse, but why was it cast in the first place? That was my decision. But Lord Makari Hari and my summoners decided against it. Is it safe to dispel it? Will the senators not notice their minds were changed? I'd rather they not find out for as long as possible. For obvious reasons, I hope. Believe me, your secret is safe.
Do you not trust Crocus's judgment?
In dire times, a politician must trust in their own judgment.
Yeah, okay. Cool. You're right to have concerns. But you have our promise that will sort anything that might happen. Sort out anything that might happen.
Politicians don't believe in promises.
Then you're fortunate we aren't politicians. Our words are on behalf of Makari Hari.
Does this mean that Lord Makari Hari will protect me?
Well, unfortunately not quite.
Hey! I'm the one you're talking about. Not that I would bless anyone, let alone a politician.
And die. Again, I assure you that we will make things right. Please consider our actions as the will of Makari Hari.
I understand. Your intervention must be a sign of Makari Hari's justice against the council.
Ha! Who gives a crap about justice? But if my crown mages make a promise on my behalf, I don't mind helping them honor it.
They're not your crown mages.
I'm glad we've come to an understanding.
I hope we can work well together from now on.
See? You don't need to control people in order to win their hearts. You just have to be the best.
I look forward to seeing the changes you can accomplish, Crown Mages. And he seems to have more work to do. I have more work to do. Feel free to go back without me. I cannot read for shit right now. I'm very tired.
We should check in on Zermes. Right, we still don't know what he's planning for tomorrow. The cunty bitch? I forget what Nikos even looks like at this point. Ha! A banquet with entertainment and nobody invited me. You all should be thankful that I'm generous enough to turn up late. Oh, Nikos. A pleasure to see you. Come, eat with us. You just missed the most wondrous sight. That holy mage Krukos treated us to a miracle. The sun shone brightly in the middle of the night. I could hardly believe my own sight. Oh, did it now? Sounds like a magician's trick to me. Not half the trick you are, traitor. Pardon? What do you mean, Lord Livius? You spoke merrily in support of Nikos just this morning. What irrationality possessed me, I do not know, but I will never welcome this fiend. Anger is a bad look on you, Senator. Perhaps you better discuss my finer points with your associate here. I do not care if others support you, but I'm a pious man who serves the Republic and the Lord. I have half a mind to support the two boys who claim themselves crown mages. Clown mages, huh? At least they have managed to do something for our Republic. You mean the ones who have been accused of murder? An accusation is not guilt in the eyes of the Lord. Come on! Forgive him, Nikos. You've been doing great work with the dictator. I look forward to his return to the council meetings. And I also look forward to your associates' support in the future. Enjoy your meals. Upon returning to the estate, they find Kairos, Zermes, and the Hyena Gang huddled together in the corner. Are you alright?
Never been better. All the necessary preparations have been made.
Have they? Boss can handle anything!
Yeah! Boss is the best!
Boss? I thought he disowned you lot.
Disowned us!
What a strong word! We have an arrangement.
The hyena stares at Zermes Chalice as he says this.
The Thin One has been helping me investigate the counselors. I don't think we have much to worry about. Courting the nobles was always going to be the harder task.
So what's the miracle that Zermes is going to perform?
It's a surprise.
I'm not fond of surprises.
Don't worry, you'll love this one. And you won't even have to lift a finger.
No violence?
Oh, not a bit.
No blackmail?
Nothing underhanded, I assure you.
No murder?
Now you're insulting me. But I can fulfill all of these strange whims of yours without a problem. So how about you go and take a little catnap, kitten?
I'm suddenly wide awake. We do need to get some rest, Vitus. I suppose you're right. Zermes, just don't do anything wrong.
I wouldn't do anything wrong by you, dear Vitus.
Good night. I love this cunty bitch. The following afternoon, the Tribune shows up on their doorstep. Aha! Shall we be on our way? You know, people love the tales of Zermes the Savior. I just know he'll be the talk of the city after tonight's banquet. On their way to the banquet, Zermes and Regulus waffle on... On their way to the banquet, Zermes and Regulus waffle on while the Crown Mages tail behind them at a distance. Vitus. Yes, Valisus? Thought it strange yesterday, but how did Regulus and Timaeus know where we're living? We never told them. Now that you mention it, that is a little odd. Could they be spying on us? If they are, they're very good at it. But I doubt they need to, considering how willing the heroes are to chat with them. They are very charismatic, aren't they? I hope I'm just being paranoid. The House of Commons banquet was just as lavish as yesterday's, but more lively, jolly, and colorful. It feels more like a party than a formal dinner. Perhaps it is because they are rich men with new money. They don't share the old traditions of the nobility. I find it exhausting in a completely different way.
I find it utterly perfect.
Zermes walks into the center of the garden, raises his paws, and claps.
Good evening, members of the council.
Is that Zermes the Savior?
Well, I've never heard of him. Why is there country music happening right now?
He's one of those miracle works people are gossiping about.
Those two peasants claiming to be crown mages who can see the Lord.
But who would be so gullible as to fall for their tricks?
Tricks? You wound me, sir. Like my companions, I'm in the business of making miracles happen.
Zermes strides over to one of the nearby counselors.
Might I borrow a spare coin, fine fellow? Well, all right, but it's my only one, so I want it back. Just the one?
The cheetah pulls out his chalice and drops the coin inside with a small splash. Then he tips the contents out. A rain of Monera comes flying out of the chalice, jangling across the ground. He can duplicate coins!
How's he doing that? How is he doing that? The chalice doesn't work like that. There has to be some kind of trick.
We should keep watching.
It seems I've returned your investment back 100-fold. It's all mine? Oh, but anyone could have a few spare coins, you might say. Well, how about something a little more unique? Do you have anything else I might borrow?
The counselor trembles and pulls a glittering gemstone from his pocket. I've been carrying this around with me for a while, searching for the right jeweler to set it into a ring. Zermes plucks the ring from the counselor's paw and drops it into the chalice. A gasp arises from the onlookers. He tips the chalice out again, and dozens of beautiful, sparkling jewels pitter-patter to the ground.
Let's hope your jeweler has enough patience to make a ring for each and every one.
The counselors scoff at the stuttering man, hurriedly snatching up the golden jewels. Once his rucksack is filled to bursting, he turns to Zermes and graciously thanks the cheetah, while the insides of his ears turn bright red.
Why should he come over to us next?
Must I remind you who we are? Restrain your petty urges, counselor.
My apologies.
Now I know what you must all be thinking. Most of you are drowning in wealth as it is.
He struts about the garden as he speaks, letting his paw slide against one man's arm.
What about the troubles in life that money cannot solve?
He drags his paw against the counselor's back as he sighs.
Troubles with those stubborn nobles not protecting trade from the rebel skirmishes, perhaps.
His tail brushes across the counselor's leg as he pivots around and strokes his chin.
Even some motivated fools among you lot. They have collaborated with the enemy, afraid of losing stability.
He kneels before one of the counselors, taking hold of their paws.
But we all make mistakes sometimes, don't we?
He winks at the counselor before standing up again. Zermes moves around as if in a tightly choreographed dance. It's both difficult to scrutinize and impossible to look away from. One man motions a wolf whistle, but another counselor slaps their paw down, as if to remind him where they are.
Word has it that even our own dictator isn't invulnerable to the temptations of life. A commoner like yourselves has grown close to him, distracting him from his duties.
Completely unfounded ideas. As if we would give such tactics any consideration.
More than a few counselors shift on their cushions. The cheetah smiles at the counselor and clicks his tongue.
Maybe not you, but I could always consider such tactics if need be.
He brushes one man's arm and tugs at a few waists while he speaks.
Bring your troubles to me in private. I'll lift your burdens no matter how heavy the weight.
The cheetah waves graciously to the counselors as he makes his leave. A few stifled whimpers indicate that more than a few of them wish to follow, but cannot due to the decorum of the banquet. So your miracle was literally a fucking magic trick? That was your miracle? A magic trick and seducing a bunch of men? That was your miracle? Zermes, what in paradise was that?
Doing what I do best.
I thought you were going to perform a miracle.
Kitten, I am the miracle.
Does that actually count?
Akari shrugs at Makaki.
I can assure you, my efforts worked. So you're welcome.
What I saw is that you promised those people Monera. You don't actually have Monera. Do you? Oh fuck, it was the sponsor, wasn't it? Because he got sponsored by got it. That's why he wanted the sponsor. So he got all that money and jewels and was like, ta-da! God, good fucking lord. We both know the Holy Chalice doesn't work like that, like you showed those people. No, return again.
A fib never hurt anyone. A watcher never killed anybody.
So that's why you asked Kairos for funds, isn't it? Yeah.
That wasn't so hard to work out.
So if they come to you, we're still going to be in trouble.
We need their votes, not their undying loyalty. We're merely trying to change their minds on the compromise. Besides, I can always set their minds on other things one-on-one. I don't always need to convince them with money.
You slut. You slut. Slut. You cunty bitch. That doesn't seem very sustainable.
You'll find dreams are rarely sustainable. They're all about being swept up in the moment. So as long as you can inspire someone to dream, it's much easier to persuade them to do what you want.
Vitus looks towards the demiurges. Can either of you believe this?
This is all coming from Zermes, so yes.
Akari shrugs again. Whatever gets the job done.
How Zermes does what he does is none of my business.
Precisely. I'm just glad all this is over. Now we have a good chance to sway votes within the council. You're right. You're right. Kairos, do you know when the House of Commons and House of Lords will next sit?
I do not, but I'm sure Regulus and Timaeus will be eager to host the next session. I can put you in contact with them tomorrow.
Looks like it's going to be another busy day for us. Yeah.
You should both get some rest. After all, I'll be in demand all night long.
Ew. You know what? Makaki's right. Jeremy's methods are none of my business. Vitus and Valisa sleep soundly through the night. At noon the following day, Kairos arrives at the estate with Timaeus and Regulus to discuss scheduling a vote for the compromise. I think I'm actually going to end it here. Thank everybody so much for watching. If you can't tell, my voice is fucking going out. Thank you, Cat the Confusion, A Shepherd, Weaslink, Infinite Dragon, Zara Gaming Corner, and _Sans for all being in chat today. We can definitely raid out. My voice is fucking going out. I have no more drink. I don't want to get up and get drink right now. So, who can re-raid? Oh my god. Let's see. Yeah, fuck it. Let's go from one furry to another. Oh, jeez, Rick. It's basically there. Oh, jeez, Rick. I don't like the sound of that. Oh my god. Kashi. There we go. They are doing the VR chat virality thing. Good night, everybody. This has been fun. Astatos is almost at 1.0. Astatos is almost at 1.0. I have no idea how long it'll take until they actually get there. I've been playing this game for 3 years on and off. We'll see. Anyways, y'all take care. Have a good night. I will maybe hopefully see everybody tomorrow with something else. I don't know yet, since I'll probably be home around like 5 o'clock after work. Say goodbye, Rackbot. Or don't. Whatever. Go fuck yourself, I guess. He has not liked the stream one bit all night. Goodbye, everybody. Bye-bye.